Roland Martin and the Black Star Network traveled to Chicago for the 2024 Democratic National Convention, and it was an amazing 4 days setting the stage for this year's presidential election. During his time in the Windy City, Roland caught up with a number of lawmakers and entertainers who shared their thoughts on the coming election and the Democratic presidential nominee, Vice President Kamala Harris.
Congresswoman Maxine Waters, how you doing?
Roland, I'm doing so well. I'm feeling so happy. And like Tim Walz said, I'm feeling joy. Okay? And, you know, I have this optimism. And someone asked me, can you give us a 100% guarantee? I said, well, I was taught not to brag, but we're going to win. Okay?
I want to say this here, and I was moderating an event last night at Apostolic Church of God here in Chicago. There are multiple reasons why Vice President Kamala Harris is now the nominee. But if the Congressional Black Caucus did not hold that line, only one Black Caucus member, Mark Veazey of Texas, only one broke. But it was the CBC because they were trying to break y'all too.
They tried so hard. And, you know, I love and I respected Biden. Remember what he did? He said, you all had my back and I'm going to have yours. And he's done that. And so I certainly was not about to be one to push him out, all the little organizing behind his back that was going on. And so I worked with him and stayed with him until he decided. And when he decided, he did a historical thing, a wonderful thing. He said, and I endorse Kamala Harris. Now that's historical, and that's what a human being like him would do. Something good, despite the fact something not so good is happening to you, but you're willing to put something out there that someone else could, you know, be valued for. And so the Black Caucus stayed strong. And I want you to know one of the reasons we're strong is Hakeem Jeffries is a fabulous man. He is a wonderful human being. I love him. And I haven't said this about any speaker. I don't care who it's been. I don't say this about presidents. But he's a wonderful human being who really does care. And he sees everybody. And he works with the different members to make sure they realize their potential as public policy makers.
You and I talked a few times, and let's be clear. There was a lot of Black folks who said, oh, y'all ain't going to play that skip over game. And I kept telling people that was going to trigger a lot of Black folks who've been skipped over for jobs. And we were like, if y'all go that route, it's going to be some hell to pay.
Well, I think that somebody must have heard it. And I want you to know that we're going to see some of the same people who have been denied opportunity in the C-suites of America. We have a role to play there. We've got to be about closing this wealth gap. It is not only about the civil rights. We're going to work that. We're going to get John Lewis's bill passed on voter registration, et cetera. We're going to do all of that, but we're going to open up these processes that have closed us out for so long and not allowed us to get wealth because the systems worked against us. We're going to do that now. I believe that. And if I get the gavel back, I'm going to take it, and I know how to use it.
There you go.
Thank you.
Your daughter's giving me the look like she like the Sandman at the Apollo trying to do the hook. So we appreciate you stopping by.
And I'm looking for you in Los Angeles. I've had a gentleman who's begging me, can you get Roland Martin to Los Angeles? I said, I'll try.
All right.
And he's willing to pay your way and do everything, get you out there.
Yeah, we'll do it then. Absolutely. Absolutely. Have check, we'll fly.
All right, you got it.
I appreciate it. Good to see you, Congresswoman.
To be here, to also see this bad sisters here. I'm like, I knew something told me to get up out my seat. Come on down here to the road.
Come on down.
Yes.
Well, it's so good to see you. We're so happy that you're here. And congratulations this evening.
Thank you.
Having a podium opportunity, of course, you know, is an opportunity. But, you know, the sisters will go hook you up. So Mignon and the team are making sure. And Black women are really pushing through so many things right now. How are you feeling as you? I remember when you put the Black Women's Roundtable together so many years ago. I spent about 5 minutes on your board, and
it's about 15 minutes.
It might have been
rough times.
But I remember when you convened it, and the momentum was not really there. but the momentum has built up. So how do you feel tonight?
Well, I had several emotions. One, part of what we were doing was we were celebrating Reverend Jesse Jackson.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So for me, it was like back to the future. Why? Because I was a student when Reverend Jackson ran, or just coming out when Reverend Jackson ran in 1984. So to be able to be here for that. The other thing was that coming into that room, understanding that the shoulders, the Reverend Willie Barrows of the world, when I first moved to Washington, D.C., of course, the Dr. Dorothy Irene Height, and those who came before them, and that here we are having a black woman who is the chair of all of this, Mignon Moore.
Yes.
Right? And to see a black woman become the nominee, a black South Asian, woman become the president. And so all of that emotion and all of that nervousness, can I be honest, right, of understanding that I wasn't speaking for me, I was speaking to make sure that I carried the voices of sisters with me on that stage.
That is so true. But I have to say, though, Melanie, let's just say the work that you have done and all of the organizing and the coalition building and just the steadfastness of your devotion to making sure that black women are able to realize their power. What does this moment mean to you? Because this did not happen in a vacuum.
No.
This did not happen by happenstance. This came because of years of strategizing, of organizing, of coalition building, of getting people out there and getting them involved. And you are at the root of a lot of that, my sister. So what does this mean to you to be here on this day?
Oh, so sweet. You're going to keep it real.
Keep it real.
Right? Oh, so sweat, right? To be able
This
to
is Roland Martin Unfiltered, so you can say anything you want.
Yeah, I said, oh, so sweet. And I meant that because you're right.
Yeah.
A lot of times when you're in movement, you feel like you're not supposed to celebrate because we know that movement is constant. Struggle is constant. But we did some things. I played my part because somebody taught me the word we. And nothing I do is not a we behind it. So for me, it's like, that's why I said, how I feel is that when I think about their sisters who are a part of our Black Women's Roundtable, who are putting it down. I'm going to call the roll who I know is here. They're delegates here, right?
Yeah.
They're not wearing the Black Women's Roundtable hat. We can keep my tax status, right? But they are here as themselves in their own leadership. From Ohio, Petey Sally's here. Sheila Tyson's here, right? Felicia Davis is here, and many others are here. They're doing the work. Deborah Scott, Helen Butler, and go on and on. And so part of it is knowing I was carrying that to that stage. And my mom.
Yeah.
Your mom is here?
Yeah.
Yeah, my sister here. Reverend Dr. Wes Moore here from Pittsburgh. And so many. And then Cora Maris's-Berry is here. And you got Tamika Mallory here. You got the young ones who come behind. You got the Joy Cheney's here. And the other thing that's been great in this last 48 hours, even before tonight, went to this event last night. And I'm going to tell you something. It was so many movement folks from every walk of every campaign I've ever seen. I said, they want to take us out.
Oh, no.
And take out the movement. They could have showed up last night. But it's movement because you have folks who are showing up from so many different, who had put their boots up.
Yeah.
And so they wasn't doing no more campaigns, who are showing up. And so it's a movement taking place, and it's cross generations. And that's a powerful thing. And you can't stop that from whatever that man is, Orange Man. But we have to stay organized. And I'm going to tell people, stop worrying about inauguration.
That's right.
Worry about
that part.
Winning.
It's about the election.
That's right. It's about winning.
This election is not over. With all the excitement, with all of this happening, it takes organizing. Don't let your foot off the gas because you got people, in some of these states who are serious about trying to set it up just like they tried to in 2020 and even in 2016. If you go back to what the rhetoric was about, if they lost, then it must be stolen. So and then in some of these states, our people, Georgia being an example, but they're rolling back, right? voting rights. Even now, they had a big meeting today down in Georgia trying to change the rules this late in the game.
While we're here, help us out. Give us details on that.
I was listening into a public meeting that was virtual. There were 800 people on the call, where they're trying to change the rules even now and how you deal with counties, how they can count, and where you can challenge.
Okay.
And not call the race.
So
is it about to go on?
All right. We're going to have to go back to the floor.
Yes.
Former First Lady Hillary Clinton.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you so much.
What she has to say.
Thanks, lady.
Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate you.
Congressman Gregory Meeks of New York, your thoughts on this first night of the Democratic Convention 2024?
I thought it was a great night. It was a tribute to Joe Biden and a look at the future with Vice President Kamala Harris. It was exciting. The individuals in the room, you know, some of it, you felt like you were here back when Jordan was on the court. But you got inspiration about what the future will bring. So this was a very great beginning of what's going to be a very productive week and moving forward and making this nation live up to its true meaning of its creed and becoming a more perfect union.
What do you expect to come out of the week with? This is a great first day. What are you going to leave with on Thursday night?
Well, with the fire to make sure that we go into the streets, knock on doors, and make sure that Kamala is the 47th President of the United States of America. I think that the energy that we see, the excitement that we see, and we know what's at stake. This is not only the most important election of our lifetime, it is the most consequential election of our lifetime. And we need to make sure that that message gets out there because this is still a very close election. And we've got to let people know what's at stake and why we need to get out with record numbers and elect Vice President Harris to become the 47th president.
But that's presidential. You also have to deal with the reality of the House. And then, look, New York State lost a significant, Democrats lost a significant number of seats in 2024. And so what is that looking like, the potential of Democrats regaining control of the House?
Well, we're going to regain control of the House. I mean, we got to make Hakeem Jeffries. That's the other consequence of this election, the first African-American Speaker of the House of Representatives. And I can tell you, with the spirit that I've been seeing in New York. I've been crossing from Long Island, where we're going to win. We've won back already New York 3 with Tom Swazi. We're going to win New York 4 with Laura Gillen. We're going to even win New York 1. That's Long Island. Then we're going up to Mid-Hudson. We're going to win New York 17. We're going to win New York 22 in Syracuse. And we're going to win number 19. So we're going to win 4 to 5 seats. That in and of itself returns the House to Democrats, makes Hakeem Jeffries the next speaker, and it makes 5 members of the Congressional Black Caucus chairs of 4 committees in the House and 31 co-chairs of major subcommittees. So it's going to be it's a monumental and consequential election all the way around, giving the president, the next president, Vice President Kamala Harris, when she's the president, the team that she needs to pass the bills and the legislation that we will be passing in the House to have her sign it on the desk.
All right, Congressman Gregory Meeks, always good to see you, frat. I appreciate it.
Thank you, brother.
All right, thanks a bunch. Alpha Man's in the house here. What's up, my frat brother? How you doing, 06? All good? 06, how you doing? Looking good. You're
08, the rest are just too late.
I like that.
Yes.
I like that.
Of course. You got Delta over here, Julian Malvo.
Yes,
That's right. That's
all good,
right.
divine night, all of us.
This is a leader circle right
Yes.
here. This is a leader circle.
That's right.
About this first night, but also President Biden's closing speech.
Oh, man. I mean, it was a great night because you see what kind of energy that we have right now and just the measure of unity that the party has. And I mean, to listen to Joe Biden talk about, 50 years of public service. I mean, this is a man who, when he says that he has given his life towards the betterment of this country, he means that. And, one thing I always, believe is I don't care where you're on the political spectrum. I don't care whether you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, it does not matter. Someone who is willing to give their entire professional career to work to make this country better and who stands up there and says, and I would do it over and over again if I had more lives to give. There's a beauty in that kind of sacrifice.
And there's also selfless for a sitting president to speak on the first night and basically say, clear the runway for his vice president for the rest of the week.
That's right. And to say, telling the American people, and let me explain why I selected her in the first place. Because she is outstanding. Because she is thoughtful. She's a bridge builder. She's collaborative. And she is tough. And she's ready to lead. That's why he selected her 4 years ago, and that's why he's supporting her right now. And I think that's why you saw that whole room is in step to make sure that we're going to support her as well.
A measure of his character as well is that when the people were chanting, "Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe," he said, "And Kamala."
And Kamala, that's right.
He did not forget it, because one of the beautiful things that we've seen, and I know I can tell you, as I've had the pleasure of working with them closely now for the past 19 months as a governor. They have been a true partnership.
Yeah.
Everything that we have gotten done in the state of Maryland for these past 19 months, going from 43rd in unemployment to now having amongst the lowest unemployment rates in the entire country in our state, having the steepest drops of homicides and non-fatal shootings in the entire country is taking place right now in the state of Maryland. Being able to move people into the workforce, the largest mass pardon in the history of the United States, 175,000 cannabis convictions, where I pardoned about 6 weeks ago. I did that in partnership with the Biden-Harris administration. They have been partners the entire way through. And for him to use his time and his spotlight and to share that spotlight and say, let's be clear about who my partner was in the work.
That's right.
Says a whole lot about who he is as well.
Governor, I know you have to go. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. Joy, real quick, what's your final question? Real quick.
Kamala Harris is not the only amazing black woman on the ballot, at least not from the state of Maryland. Tell me what's going on in the Senate there. Let everyone know. Who are you supporting?
Oh, I'm supporting Angela Alsobrooks.
All right.
And I got to tell you, so Angela Alsobrooks is the county executive of Prince George's County. She's running for Senate in the state of Maryland, and she is outstanding. I endorsed her early inside this race, and I endorsed her because, one, I believe in the moment, and two, I believe in the candidate. She will be the next senator for the state of Maryland, but she's only going to do that if we are willing to put in the work. But when we do, I'm telling you, not just Maryland, but America, you're about to have an outstanding senator joining the ranks.
Wonderful.
Governor, I appreciate it. All right, bro. Appreciate it.
My man.
Enjoy. Be well.
Get that light high.
You know it. That's it. That's it.
Bye-bye.
Y'all, that's Maryland Governor Wes Moore. Well, join us right now, Congressman from Kansas City, my alpha brother, Emmanuel Cleaver. Doc, how you doing?
I am doing wonderfully. Fabulously.
Reverend Dr. Emmanuel Cleaver. You had a senator and a preacher up there last night. So your thoughts on Senator Warnock?
Well, actually, he forgot that he was in the Senate. I'm trying to help him and remind him. He did a sermon. I mean, it was pure sermonic. Nothing else about that can be categorized as a convention speech. That was a sermon. But as I often want to believe, sometimes when sermons are necessary, they're done. They're delivered.
Absolutely. And it's felt like a church with some other folk up here. You had last night, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, bringing folks to tears.
Yes.
You had Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez speaking truth about nothing wrong with being somebody working behind the bar. And you had, of course, Congresswoman Joyce Beatty and so many others, Congressman Jim Clyburn. I told somebody there were so many black folks speaking last night, I couldn't remember all the black folks who spoke last night.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that because I think we want to call attention to the fact that this party has diversity. And if somebody would look across this arena last night, they would see black, brown, Asians, everybody here. And that's one of the things that keeps me in this party is that the diversity, and it's intentional. And so I celebrated that, and I celebrated the emotions that came to that stage last night.
Well, and of course tonight, you got another list of speakers coming up tonight. You got, of course, former First Lady Michelle Obama, President Barack Obama, and others as well. What are you looking forward to?
Well, I think that we have two amazing speakers, both President Obama and Mrs. Obama. And I think they are going to light things up in here. And I think there are a few non-preachers who can speak with the rhythm like Barack Obama. And I think tonight he's going to try to pull us even closer and closer together. If somebody asked me 4.5 weeks ago, including my own children, whether or not the party could coalesce around a candidate, other than Joe Biden, I would have said, well, it's probably not going to work. It has been done. And Kamala Harris is now the nominee of this party. And when I said that, there are no divisions that I'm aware of. Everybody's behind us. And the Congressional Black Caucus, we thought we were going to have to get involved because when people start talking about let's open this up, and no, we're not going to open this up.
Right, and I keep telling everybody, the CBC held firm. Only one CBC member broke ranks, and that was Mark Veazey out of Texas. Yeah. But the CBC held firm.
Yeah, I hope the country witnessed that we stayed together. There are 61 of us, and we stayed together, although people were trying to pull us apart, saying, why don't you come in and ask the president? No, we're not going to do that. We're going to be together, and if we say anything to President Biden, it's going to be a statement of unity, and it's going to be delivered by Hakeem Jeffries and Jim Clyburn, and we stuck to it. And as a result, I think other people said, well, hey, let's see what the CBC is going to do. And I'm not saying that arrogantly. That's just a fact. And we held strong, and it went down the way it should have.
All right. Well, Congressman Emanuel Cleaver, looking forward to a great second night. We surely appreciate it. You stopping by.
Good to be here with you.
All right. Thanks so much, Pratt. I appreciate it. Mark Morrell, President and CEO of the National Urban League. Y'all know how we're going to start the show with two alpha men. That ain't how it was planned, but that's how it is. You can throw a rock and you can actually hit an alpha leader here. And so let's get right into it here. Mark, glad to see you here. One of the things that you saw last night, just an amazing lineup of speakers. You heard folks talking about freedom. But also economics is going to be a critical issue. Vice President unveiled her economic plan on last Friday. And what I focused on a lot was the housing piece. And you had these folks out here saying, when it said first-generation home ownership, you had some black folks talking about, that's for immigrants. And I said, no, there are black people who are first-generation homeowners. Like you have first-generation college students.
Many black people who would become and could become first-generation homeowners. Let's be clear. We have a home ownership rate.
That means you're the first generation in your family.
The majority of African Americans are not homeowners.
Right. Only 44%.
And let me say this, too. It is important to understand that was not the only component of her housing plan.
Right.
There's a $25,000 down payment assistance component to it. There's a quote-unquote trust fund or pool of money, which would be designed to help build new housing. We have to recognize that the recession of 08 and 09, the COVID recession, and the challenges with the banks is a place where we have lost ground when it comes to home ownership. So I think her plan is a first step, if you will, towards something far more comprehensive that we will need. But here's the point. She, or any housing plan, will not see the light of day unless we get a Congress that's going to be supportive. So we're saying to people, Roland, you got to vote all the way down the ballot in this election.
Right.
Not just for president, but for Senate, for Congress, county commissioners, city council, mayor, those states that elect judges and constables and clerks. We got to vote all the way down the ballot.
And what we focus on, and listen, I get it. I was talking to some folks here in Chicago, and the same in D.C. and other places. And you have folks out there who are critical of resources that are being provided to migrants in this country. But I also have to remind folk who sent those folks to Chicago, who sent those folks to New Jersey,
Ron DeSantis,
who sent those folks to Washington, D.C.
They turned people into political footballs. They turned people into political pawns.
And for the purpose of creating a schism among African Americans.
Creating a schism among blacks and between blacks and Latinos. It's an orchestrated, sinister, cynical political stunt, Roland. Now, what we ought to be talking about is all those people who are smuggling people into the country, who are going to Latin America and inducing people with money. We ought to be shutting that down in an effort to try to fix this problem. But then the second thing is there was a comprehensive immigration reform bill.
Yep.
Trump blocked it, just like right now. The
He's trying to
latest
block
in the
the
news,
ceasefire.
he's
Yep.
trying to block the ceasefire. Shame, 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 Roland, on trying to block a peace effort where people are getting killed for narrow, selfish political purposes. I mean, it's the same thing that Richard Nixon did in '68. He tried to block the Paris peace talks, and he was successful in delaying them. It's the same thing Ronald Reagan and Bill Casey did in the 1980 election. They blocked the release of the hostages for political purposes. We got to throw a light on this because this is wrong, and it's wrong, and it's wrong.
Absolutely, it is. It is, again, the second night of the convention. And last question for you. Coming out of this, it's 77 days until Election Day. And what I keep telling folk, it's called get to work. You can celebrate, you can gather, but it's called getting to work. First of all, checking to see if you're registered. If they're not registered, getting them registered, and then focusing on early voting.
The National Urban League's Reclaim Your Vote campaign, all 92 Urban League affiliates with a focus in 5 states. We're going to try to reach over 2 million people in the next 70 plus days. And we're going to reach them through texting, through email, through door knocking, through engagement, and we will be educating them, encouraging them to have a voting plan. So we're going to do our part, and I'm confident, Roland, that many are going to do their part. We all have to do our part. I'm going to ask people to go to reclaimyourvote.org, sign up to be a volunteer, sign up to be a poll worker, be a part of this effort around civic engagement and voter participation. We can make a difference in 2024.
All right, folks, joining us now is the mayor of Baltimore, Brandon Scott. Doc, how you doing?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
All good. So hold up. So what happened? Because it was the fro.
So
the fro had gotten.
I'll tell you what happened. So my hair grows uneven, right? So I got to cut it down like every 4 months.
Right.
But I got married.
Right.
Last year, my hair is naturally curly. So
right.
This is just juices and berries. No relaxer, none of that. And I washed my hair.
You're like,
and my wife said,
ain't no juice.
Do you ever wear it like that? So I did it for her and then kept doing it. I love you, baby.
Okay.
Happy wife, happy life.
Oh, there you go. I got you. All right, then. I got you. Because that was your signature.
Yeah, signature. But now it's the curly fro is the new signature.
There you go.
Don't keep trends, keep making them.
Absolutely. You have been, of course, you recently had an election, won re-election. What is your vision now for your second term as mayor of Baltimore?
It's to continue the work. We got to continue to work. We're talking about a city of Baltimore that, under my leadership, had its largest single-year reduction in homicides last year by 20%. Historic investments into our public schools, historic investments into recreation parks. We had our lowest unemployment under my leadership, and now we want to continue to grow that. Tackle the vacant housing problem in our city, investing in people that look like you and me, Roland, in our communities, allowing them to be lifted up, allowing us to gain access to the jobs and careers they need, and finishing the job of building a better and equitable Baltimore.
Housing is a major issue in this country.
Yes.
And you had to deal with a lot of abandoned, rundown homes. What is your vision for being able to increase the housing stock to have affordability and being able to get rid of all of those type of houses?
Yeah, we just unveiled this in December, Roland, where this is an issue that's faced Baltimore since white flight began in the 50s. And under my leadership, we actually went from 20,000 vacant properties that we had for years to now we're consistently going down under 15,000. But we unveiled our $3 billion plan in December alongside Builds and the GBC, where we're going to eliminate this problem over the next 15 years. And we're going to do it the same way that they built up the Inner Harbor and Harbor East and all the fancy things, given the tax increment financing and tax breaks. We're going to take that to our neighborhoods using those strategies to take down those vacant houses and put them back on the market. The same investment that they gave to wealthy developers, we're going to give to our neighborhoods.
Well, look, I mean, I just think that'll be just huge because, again, what that deals with, that's dealing with blight, giving people opportunities, and it's also by putting more housing back on the market, it totally changes the game. You talked about the changes. When you came in, you had to deal with the reality of crime in the city. You have had significant drops in that area.
Yeah, and we're going to continue because we're doing it the right way, right? And we have to understand that the failed broken policies of zero tolerance and policing while black, right, didn't work. But when you have that, we created the first ever comprehensive violence prevention plan in our city, unveiled that. I said we were going to reduce homicides by 15%. People laughed at me. And then we did 20% last year, and we're at 28% this year, down 39% in non-fatal shootings by investing in all ways, right? Understanding that our group violence reduction strategy, where we go to the people who are the most likely to pull that trigger, Roland, and say, this is your chance. You get a letter from me. Change your life. I'll give you a job, housing, whatever you need. But if you don't, then you're going to hear from them boys. And that's what we're going to do.
Right.
Violence intervention workers, that whole ecosystem, and continue to drive down violence in our community by working with the community, not trying to solve the problem for them.
All right. Well, Mayor, always good to see you.
Yes, sir. Always, my brother. Always.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
American Federation of Teachers, another important constituency for them. Secretary Frederick Ingram. How you doing, Doc?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
I'm all good. Glad to have you here. Education, a critical issue. When it comes to the election, you've got Project 225. Republicans want to get rid of the Department of Education. Talk about how you and your members are speaking to voters about that issue.
Yeah, well, listen, thank you very much for having me. We represent 1.8 million people in this country who are in our public schools and healthcare and in public services. And what's important for us is that we get people to the polls, that we get them educated, and then get them to the polls, and then that they get other people to the polls. So our extension and our reach is important. It's important to black communities because when you talk about deregulation of our public schools, and trying to dismantle the infrastructure that we have and not pour into a system, then we know that our children who are in black communities, who are in challenged communities, Latino students, Asian students, they all hurt when we don't have a system in place that we can pour into to help build those kids up. We need more black teachers. We need infrastructure. We need technology. And we just need to be able to teach a curriculum that we know is comprehensive, and that we know is total, and that we know is honest.
Question.
It's great to see the work that you're doing, you're continuing to do. Tell us about how, the unions are already the engine of the Democratic Party, right? Tell us about the energy that this Harris, I would call it a phenomenon, but she's been here for a long time. What has this allowed you to do, and what has this allowed you to see, even in the last 4 weeks, that maybe you haven't seen in a minute?
Oh, it's electric. Listen, so I have to go back to when I became interested really in politics. That was Barack Obama in 2006. I have not seen that kind of energy since then when we had a man who looked like me, who looked like my son. Now we have somebody who looks like my daughter. Yes. They can see themselves in the highest office in the land. And so that's important when you not only can talk about history, but you can become a part of it. And then that history turns into their future. And so when we can turn this into their future, then we have hope. We have opportunity. And then you feel that with people who care. You feel that with the money behind that. And then you feel that with with families and churches and people who really care about our kids. Man, there's nothing that we can't do. So I'm very, very hopeful with Vice President Harris that she'll become our next president of the United States.
I love that. Unions are you say small businesses are the backbone of the economy, but I believe it's the union workforce. And so we are seeing a whole bunch of workforce development programs that are happening with the next generation of leaders. So how is the union's force with the young people energized about this race?
Yeah, well, listen, poll after poll says that young people really care about our civic and social issues, and they care about climate, they care about education, they care about public services. They also care about the jobs that they're going to have in the next century. And so what we want to do is continue that movement. We want to continue that synergy that we have with young people, because these young people are smart. Yep. They have the Encyclopedia Britannica that we had on the wall, they have in their hands. Mm-hmm. And so it's up to us adults to keep up with what they're doing right now, because not only do they care, they're smart, and they're going to put those two things together, and we believe that they're going to get to the polls. Listen, every great movement we've ever had has been fueled by young people, and so we believe in that. The union movement is moving in the right direction. You see SEIU has their first African American female leader. You see Lee Saunders out there, and our leader is Randy Weingarten, who's been out there for a long time fighting this fight. You see Becky Pringle from the NEA, and so you see people of color who are really taking the mantle and moving this thing that we call the labor movement forward. And it's always been tied to civil rights and human rights. And so, I couldn't be prouder.
I feel the same sentiment in Philadelphia. So we have our labor district council business manager, Ryan Boyer, African American, first one in that position, who also fueled to help our first African American woman mayor. So it's just been great to see, the progress that's been happening. So I agree with that.
Oh, it's fantastic. It's fantastic. And the electric, that you feel in the floor or on the inside is really going to take hold in community after community, block after block. But we've got to put some elbow grease. We've got to put axe to the wheel. We've got to get people out to vote. We can't just be happy, and we can't just be hopeful. We've got to actually do some work. We got to inform people. We got to make sure that we got a plan to get people to the polls, get them actually voting. Make sure we talk about this in the barbershops. I'm from the South. We do beauty parlors down there. Wherever you are, in the grocery stores, you got to make sure and have those conversations and speak to people. Speak to people where they are, wherever they are, on the street. If they are, working, then all of those things are important to us.
All right, Frederick, we certainly appreciate it, bro.
Absolutely.
Thank you so very much. Good luck.
I appreciate it.
Earlier, we talked to a couple of union leaders with the AFL-CIO. Fred Redmond, Secretary Treasurer, and also Liz Schuler as well. And so, Anthony, let me know when we have those ready for those conversations. Great conversations we had with him, talking about, again, what their agenda, what their focus is, and how we're moving forward. Let's go to our conversation first with Fred.
Good. Well, let's talk about where labor is. You have right now arguably the most pro-labor administration in decades.
That's right.
Talk about what that has meant for the labor movement.
Well, what it meant for the labor movement, Roland, first of all, for us and the Democratic Party, with the relationship that organized labor have had with the Democratic Party over the years, the Democratic Party have historically looked at organized labor as a special interest group. We're not a special interest group. We represent working family values, but now, and a lot of it really came to pass through this administration. What we did in 2022, we feel as though the issues that pertain to working families are winning issues. And the Democratic Party is starting to recognize that, where issues of fair pay, increases in the minimum wage, job security, retirement security, safety and health on the job. These are winning issues for the Democratic Party. So it has changed our relationship. The Democratic Party is starting to view organized labor once again as legitimate partners when it comes to developing party issues and having a say in the direction and the planks of the Democratic platform.
Well, we saw for a long time, and I talk about this a lot of times with Lee Saunders and others, a long time, the word union was a slur.
That's right.
And how the Republicans targeted Reagan and after that. What's interesting now is when you look at the data, unions have the highest approval rating from folks in almost 50 years. You have a younger generation that grew up with right-to-work states, things along those lines, who are now in the workforce going, wait a minute, collective bargaining makes sense.
That's right.
So they're bringing that new energy that I think is infusing the labor movement, correct?
No, that's exactly correct. Polls have showed that 71% of the American people feel that unions really play an enormous part of the economy of this country. And then the interesting fact is 83% of workers between the ages of 18 and 35 strongly support unions. So the energy that we have seen in our organizing drives in places like Starbucks and other locations where young workers are taking the lead in terms of organizing because, look, they want to work a job. They want to work one job where they could support their families and live a productive lifestyle. They don't want to work 3. So, collective bargaining is the key. I strongly believe that the collective bargaining help build the black middle class in this country, and there's a new awareness of what collective bargaining can do.
Boots on the ground is important. And one of the things that the labor unions do, they put those boots on the ground. When we look at this election, it's 77 days.
Right.
77 days until election day. And so what are you messaging? What are you saying to folks out there? What are you saying to those white conservative union workers who are like, well, I love the toughness of Donald Trump, but the party votes against the interests of unions?
Right. Well, first of all, organized labor, we're going to have the biggest ground game that we had in the history of the labor movement. Is going to be on the ground. As far as our members is concerned, we're going to talk to them. We're going to go back to the old school way of doing things. And when we talk to them, we're going to compare records. We're going to show them the Trump agenda, which is easy to find on the Project 2025. And we're going to show them the agenda of the Harris and Walsh ticket. And we're going to show them the agenda. And then we're going to appeal to our members not to vote against their own self-interest. Now, as far as, some of these members we got that have drunk the Kool-Aid, so to speak, and want to vote for some other issues and want to, not vote for the ticket that's going to work better for them because they align to this whole MAGA mentality, for those members, we're not going to spend a lot of time, Roland, to be honest with you, trying to convince them. But what we're going to focus on, the majority of our members who understand, that the party that is really going to deal with working and family-sustaining issues is the Democratic Party. So, we're going all out. I mean, we're going to go all out. We're going to talk to our members. We're putting more people on the street to do door knocking, to make the phone calls, to have these conversations at the work site, at people's homes. And then what we have done that I'm very proud of, we have given more money to our constituency groups, to work our independent expenditure program. I'm talking about the Coalition of Black Trade Unionists, the A. Philip Randolph Institute, the Latin LACLA, the Latin American Group, Pride at Work, our LGBTQ advisory group. So we're hitting, those communities with our constituencies group, and we're infusing more resources, investing in those organizations more money than we have in a long time.
All right, then. Well, look, keep it up. We got a hell of a lot of work to do.
All boots on the ground,
we appreciate you chatting with us, and however we can help, let us know, because, and I tell people, I tell this all the time, when we launched this show, I put $350,000 of my own money into this, and I only had one sponsor when I launched this show.
Call me.
And that was Lee Saunders and AFSCME. That's what they got this show started.
And Lee Saunders remind me all the time. We will talk, brother, because I want you to know we respect the work that you're doing. And the communities that you really, really identify and reach out to, those are the communities that can make a difference in this election. So we need to talk.
All right, sir. I appreciate it.
All right.
All right. Thanks a lot. All right. Get over here. You ain't going to walk by. Are you trying to keep the AKs and the Deltas happy with pink and red?
Well, I'm an ambassador of our people.
Well done.
Of the Divine Nine.
There you go.
But of course, I'm an honorary AKA.
Now listen. For a lot of y'all have no idea how involved Lynn is in politics. She's always out there speaking, rallies, doing surrogate work. Let me explain something to y'all. Lynn was real black when I was at CNN. I would be on the air live, and Lynn would be texting me, telling me what to say when we came back. And I was like, Lynn, I ain't texting you when you shooting a movie.
But at that time I was new as being a surrogate,
and then she got mad at something. She's like, "Who do I talk to about it?" I literally told her, email the president of the network, John Klein.
Well, that's right, because they were like romanticizing that lady. What's her name?
Stop it.
We don't want to say her name.
Stop it.
But they were romanticizing somebody that didn't need any visibility, and I was.
She talking about Sarah Palin?
Yeah, Sarah Palin. I'm like, I don't care what kind of sunglasses she wears. They were talking about what her lipstick color is. Please, she is not qualified to be Vice President of the United States of America, period, full stop, end of story. But anyway, my brother Roland really helped me to understand things as I became more involved. And I love you for it.
Love you, darling.
I love you too.
I appreciate it. Thanks a bunch.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Damon, the reality is here. Voter suppression is real. Republicans are doing all they can to short circuit the ballot. Talk about what y'all are doing to protect the sanctity of folks' right to vote.
Man, just like we've been doing for 20 years strong, Roland, we're doing election protection. We're protecting our voice, our opportunity, our power, not just to vote. And so everybody can call the hotline 866-OUR-VOTE. You can go online, 866ourvote.org, and learn more information. In the 2020 election cycle, we mobilized 14,000 attorneys all around the country.
Hold tight 1 second. Go back to the convention floor. Folks, 1968, the first time we had an integrated delegation. This is the head of the Mississippi delegation.
T. Thompson. With great joy, Mississippi delivers 40 votes for our future president, Miss Kamala Harris.
The reason I wanted to show that, folks, again, 1964, Atlantic City, the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, Bob Moses, Fannie Lou Hamer, they were there protesting. They wanted to integrate it. Mississippi stopped them. There was a compromise. They were not happy. But Dr. King said, we got the promise. They're going to be integrated in 68. Here we're back in Chicago. And what does it say? It's also tied to voting, Damon. What does it say? That the head of the Mississippi Democratic Party is a black man. And you saw how many black folks were in that delegation. That says what happens when black folks use their power.
Well, look, Roland, it only makes sense. It's one of the blackest states in the country. And there's been so much progress. I just saw Mayor Lumumba earlier from Jackson. He's out here in the House. Strong leadership, following the footsteps of his father. Derrick Johnson, his adopted home is Mississippi. Right? We've come a long way, but we are not saved. Just a couple months ago, we won a redistricting trial in Mississippi in federal court because the state legislature redrew district lines in a way that diluted black voting strength. So now the state has to redraw all its lines in advance of the state elections for next year. Not this fall, but for next year, right, for those elections. So it means a lot. What it means is we now have people in positions of authority, of influence, and power to address the thing that never quite goes away, and that's racism. That's racial discrimination. And so it gives us a fighting chance.
And you have a Supreme Court with Chief Justice John Roberts, who felt in the Shelby v. Holder decision that all was well, we're good, how black people are voting. But we got those numbers because of the protection of the Voting Rights Act.
Exactly. They're like, well, everything is good. We can stop. We know what backsliding looks like. Even when we have protections of the law. Taking the law away does not make things better. It makes things worse. That's what Ruth Bader Ginsburg said. She like getting rid of the Voting Rights Act is like throwing your umbrella out in the rainstorm just because you ain't getting wet. Makes absolutely no sense. Makes no common sense.
Joe,
let us know, as a civil rights attorney based in California, we're always interested to know the depth of the opportunities that are available for people to get involved from an election protection standpoint, and how are you guys raising your game in response to what we see and what we foresee in terms of voter suppression, et cetera?
Love the question. So the ways to get involved are twofold. If you're a lawyer, and we have a lot of black lawyers, a lot of allied lawyers out there, you can volunteer for the Election Protection Hotline and Coalition. We have 14,000 lawyers in 2020. We'll do big numbers again this year to answer all the calls from voters and do all the troubleshooting and respond with litigation if and when needed on election day or even after. There's always also another way. You don't have to be a lawyer to be down with election protection. In our field program and in the communities, people can volunteer and go to your own precincts, to your own polling sites, in your neighborhood, in your city, in your state. We have a new component this year called Oho Ashe. Oho Ashe, and it's about seeing and all things that Ashe means for our community, right? It is black women answering the call. That's the subtitle. We want black women who are already leading the way to protect and defend our democracy to know how they can plug in. And Ohio Shea is both lifting up what Sisters are already doing and giving them new ways to plug in. It is actually a campaign and coalition with the Global Black Economic Forum, Alfonso David, that's a sister entity to Essence Communications, right? So we're stepping up our game also because we hire people in various states. I got a sister in Texas, got somebody in Virginia. I now have 2 people in Ohio. We have people all throughout the country who are living there day to day, stationed there. And if you don't live there, I said you got to stay there for some time, right? At least move for a while if you don't move there permanently. To not just be among the community, to really be part of the community and understand exactly what people are facing. It's going to speed up our response times, even when we have lawyers answering the calls on the hotline.
Excellent.
Teresa?
Yeah, you know what? I love that because in 2020, that was the main point of view for Donald Trump to say, election suppression, from each county. And I think the one thing we were missing was the talking points from that department saying, no, that's not what happened. So I think where are we at on communication to make sure, when they do start in the midst of it, because we already know mail-in ballots is going to be a situation, not only just to vote at the polls because we don't get it the same night, but there's going to be mail-in ballots. There's going to be other situations that arise. So where are you guys at on communicating and making sure that you're letting the people know, no, it is not voter suppression, and we are fighting for you.
Sister, you're exactly right. Not all of us do GOTV, get out the vote, but the Lawyers Committee, we do GOTM, get out the message. And that's an affirmative message before Election Day, before election season even, and early voting, about here are your rights, here's your responsibilities, here's things that you can do. And sadly, it's going to vary by state to state, right? We know they're trying new bad things in Georgia. We have litigation already still moving in a number of districts. That's our AG, Aaron Ford from Nevada.
Yeah,
what's up, my man?
Yeah, here, little capper. First of all, when 2 Kappas show up, they call it an invasion. Well, we got 2 Albas here, and we already better than y'all.
Come on, man.
And we got one, and then we got one tired Omega walking in here, to Mario. Now go sit. Now all 3 of y'all get y'all ass all out of here.
That's their whole line right there. That's their whole line right there.
That's their whole line.
Look, what are we talking about?
I just want the hotline number. So we were talking about the messaging.
Yeah. So getting out the message. So we know that people's rights and opportunities are going to vary state by state. So our people are working with coalitions. It's not just us in election protection. It's over 300 organizations all around the country. I want to shout out to Helen Butler and the Georgia Coalition for the People's Agenda in Georgia, because Georgia is some kind of crazy.
You just gonna walk
they
on by?
refuse to let go of their power.
Yeah. I ain't let no black man walk on by. You ain't gonna speak. We talking about voter protection and all that good stuff. And you got a book about that stuff.
Yeah.
What's the name of it? Sell some copies.
Our Unfinished March. It's a good book. Prescient. I wrote it 2 years ago, but talks about things we need to be worried about with our system. I'm pretty confident that we're going to have more votes than them, but the question is, what gets counted, what gets certified, and what do they actually do with regard to the election or the election results? So we've got a lot of work to do.
Absolutely.
You're right.
You good, my man?
I'm fine.
All right. Your wife make come to you, man. Now, you gotta understand, this is the blackest show here. We just snatch folk when they walk by and just grab it. That's how we do it.
And he would try to do that when I was Attorney General. I used to have a detail. That's what he
and what he won't say in detail, be like, oh, that's Roland.
This is my brother here. All right.
Tell the wife I'm still looking for that gumbo.
You all have some gumbo fight going on.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, I'm married to her for 34 years, so I like her gumbo.
Great answer.
Former Attorney General Eric Holden.
Good man.
Former AG, good to see you. See, I told y'all how we do it. Go ahead, David. Go ahead.
So we got to get out the message. So it's not just one standard.
Right.
It depends on where you live and where you are. So there's the fights we're fighting for the long term, but there's the fights we got to fight right now. And that means being on with information, being prepared to vote from day one. Everybody watching this show right now, I want you to go check your registration status.
Yes.
Check your voter registration status, because I know some folks may not have cast a ballot since 2020 or 2016 or 2008, right? For some people, right? So don't assume because you're registered, you're still registered. They've been changing the rules. They've been changing the polling locations. If you live in Georgia, if you live in Texas, if you live in Mississippi, all these jurisdictions that were covered by the Protection of the Voter Rights Act, those protections in large part have been washed away. So protect yourself and check your registration status. Go to 866iVote.org or call 866iVote.
All right. Brad, I appreciate it, bro.
I appreciate you,
Thanks
man.
a bunch.
Get the word out. Thank you all.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
it.
Yeah.
So when you see all the folk coming on stage and they're wearing makeup, they're using makeup from a black-owned company called Black Opal. Desiree Rogers is the co-founder, co-CEO of Black Opal. She joins us right now. What's happening?
Honey, we are doing the makeup.
All of it.
All of it. All of it. White, black, you name it. Yesterday we had James Taylor in the seat next to James Clyburn. It was a beautiful moment. James and James.
Again, what I try to explain to people that when you have these events, this is millions being spent. And so we should be a part of that economic piece, not just here for our political piece.
Absolutely. I think I just found out today, we are the first black-owned, women-owned firm to do this work. So we're so pleased to be able to do that. And many times, people put us in a corner and say, well, you can't do everybody. We have done everyone. So all the men, all the women, all the tones, we have done them all with Black Opal and Fashion Fair Cosmetics. We've got 80 years combined in the business, so we do know what we're doing.
Wow. Talk about, first of all, there is a difference when you have black folks doing makeup. That's one of the biggest criticisms of black women, television anchors, actresses, entertainers, is that when it comes to their hair and makeup, they got folk who ain't got no idea what they're doing. And so being culturally competent in makeup is critically important.
Well, you know what? We have a diverse group back there, but I'm telling you, those men and women, they're looking fantastic. Have you seen those lipsticks? We're encouraging people to wear a little color, not be dull. It is a celebration. Let's have it. We got bronzer on the guys. I mean, look at the makeup. It is unbelievable. I have to say so myself. And so we've had a really fun time just encouraging people to celebrate because it is a celebration. And so I think they look fantastic. We even had Mitch Landrieu was back there a couple of times cutting up. He said, what you going to do for my hair? I said, well, I don't know. We're going to powder you.
They can't do nothing.
We're going to powder
Mitch Landrieu's hair because he ain't got nothing.
We got something called Warm Sunrise. We gave him a little Warm Sunrise.
There are no Black Opal wigs back there. Questions, Teresa?
You know what? One, congratulations. I was very excited when I saw the release of that. And actually encouraged my team that we're working with. I said, we're going to get some over-the-counter Black Opal, and we're going to support and celebrate. So congratulations to that. A question for you is, it's very hard to get in this space. They could have called Mary Kay, but they didn't. They called Black Opal. What do you think the reason why?
Listen, we have 80 years in the business. So I think one of the things is just longevity and really being a company that knows what they're doing. And we pursued it. I wanted it. I mean, I thought that we should have it. We did not know that we would have the nomination of Kamala. But we did know that we are a black cosmetics company here in Chicago. And if anyone should get it, we should get it. And so we got it. We got it.
Wonderful.
We've got 10 artists back there. We're probably going to do about 400 faces.
Wow.
So very much in the tradition of great companies, black companies that have come up in Chicago. You guys have been around for 80 years. You conquered something. You said you wanted it. You wanted it. You got it. Tell us what you want next and what are the next frontiers for your company.
Listen, the one thing that I want is I want these black-owned companies in the beauty space to survive. We know that even the black population, only 2.5% of the purchases are coming from black Americans. And the other thing we know is, it's really hard to be in this space. There's smaller companies coming up all the time, but we want to build some scale. We think that there's no reason why we shouldn't be the first billion-dollar beauty company. And all we need is support, and we know we have the products. So we just need people to try them. You'll love them. You'll never look better. And you will thank me. You will definitely thank me as So far, 100+ people have thanked us.
Right. Part of the issue we talk about a lot on our show as well is how we as African Americans, we drive so many businesses, but we're not actually owning it. How bad is it in the makeup field in terms of
it is really bad.
In terms of ownership, in terms of usage, who we support?
We're so small. We're just like a needle in a haystack. Black-owned beauty businesses, they are very, very small, just a very small percentage. But here's the thing. We, as our own people, we buy so much makeup. We buy so many things in the beauty space. So we can make our own businesses succeed. Of course, we want to be open and diverse for everyone, but there's no reason why we can't do this. It's just a matter of, as I say to some people when I check out their makeup, I'm like, it's time for you to come off the plantation.
Ooh. I love it.
That's real high.
Duh.
And move on over.
Duh.
And move on over to black-owned businesses. I can tell. You can't fool me. I know our colors. We got those perfect matches. If you don't have a perfect match, you're at the wrong counter. So Fashion Fair is sold at Sephora and Macy's. Yep. And Black Opal is sold at Walmart, CVS, Rite Aid, and also Ulta. Not all of them, but a lot of them. So we need the support. That's what we need. And check our work out over the next couple of days.
All right. Desiree, good to see you. Congratulations.
Thank you. All right. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Appreciate it. Thanks a bunch.
All right, folks. Y'all seen Congressman Rokan on our show many times. Glad to see you in living color.
I'm glad to meet you in person. I usually see you on a Zoom screen.
All right, indeed. Let's talk about your fellow Californian, how she has run a flawless campaign thus far.
She's electrified the country. She's electrified the party. I have not seen the party this unified since 2008 when we had President Obama. And she has really inspired people. And here's the thing, when you inspire people, when you excite people, they give you the benefit of the doubt if they don't agree 100% on the policy, because no one agrees 100%.
Right.
But she has gotten the momentum, but now we've got to operationalize the momentum.
Also, I think there's a huge difference when you talk about tone. Her and Governor Tim Walz compared to the doom and gloom and dark and sadistic and, oh, my God, the world is going to hell whenever you hear Donald Trump and J.D. Vance talk.
Well, it's a substantive difference, right? J.D. Vance and Donald Trump think that the future of America is something to be feared, something to be opposed. They don't like the fact that there has been immigration. They don't like the fact that women have gained rights. They don't like the fact that we have voting rights and more representation. So they're saying, let's go back. Let's go back to the America we had. And they are angry. Kamala Harris is saying, I represent the future of America. Everyone, if you're a little girl, you can see yourself in me. If you're a minority, you can see yourself in me. I represent the beauty, along with Tim Walz, of representing everyone in America. And people are saying, yeah, I think I can see ourselves in them more than I can in Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
You know, and again, I think that when you have that type of enthusiasm, that difference in tone, that then causes somebody to say, I can believe in that, I can buy into that, I can help that.
Absolutely, because campaigns, and I think this is the brilliance of what Vice President Harris has understood, that campaigns are about hope, aspiration, personality, connecting with people's hearts and dreams first, and then doing the policy. And too often, Democrats, I've been guilty of this, we love to lead with the policy because we want to fix things, we want to do things, and we don't do the emotive stuff as well. The vice president is connecting culturally, she's connecting emotionally, and now she's going to roll out the policies to say, okay, here's how we're going to solve the problem.
I love the fact that today, she's going to be in Milwaukee with Governor Tim Walz holding a rally. I mean, it's 80 miles away, but taking advantage of the energy here and also doing it there, getting a twofer.
And she's running hard. She's running as the underdog, because when you're an African-American, Indian-American woman running for president, you're the underdog till Election Day. That's just the reality of this country. And instead of saying, okay, I'm up in the polls and I'm up in Wisconsin, she's saying, no, I'm going to run like the underdog. We're going to run through the tape. We're going to do the hard work. And you know what? In this country, people respect that. They don't like the sense of entitlement. They don't like the sense that you don't earn every vote. And I think that that's why we're going to win.
All right, then. Well, Congressman, always good to see you.
I appreciate you. I know you got a lot of fans because whenever I go around, people say they text me, call me. They say, we saw you on Roland's show. So I appreciate you having me on.
All right, love it. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right. All right, folks, right now we're going to bring in, appreciate it, Congressman. We're going to bring in the head of the AFL-CIO. We're going to just step on in here. How you doing? How's it going?
Thank you so much.
I appreciate it. Appreciate it. We're going to place you right there. Doing the musical chairs going on here.
That's awesome.
Absolutely. Let's get right into it. You had the labor leaders on stage last night, all speaking as one, individually speaking, but going all up together. I had Fred on earlier, but just talk about just the total difference in support of unions by this administration compared to not just Republicans, but even Democrats in the past 30 plus years.
Working people are at the center of this convention, and we are 20% of the delegates here on the floor. And so we came in early as a labor movement to support Kamala Harris for president because we knew that with labor's backing, it was going to shift everything. It's going to move the rest of the convention because we are central to that infrastructure. You know very well that we have the ground troops in every community, and getting the word out is going to be so important because of the margins in this election, especially in those very close battleground states, right? Where, again, union members are 20% of the electorate in those states. So we know that we can be the truth squad, the people who get the message out and do the kind of retail side of breaking through the social media noise.
I think one of the reasons why I believe you're seeing the high percentage of Americans that support unions, which is what we haven't seen in nearly 50 years, is because over the last 3-4 decades, it has been a constant just widening of the gap when you have CEOs who are now making 100, 200 times what a worker, and you have companies that want to squeeze as much productivity out but don't want to offer raises, cost of living raises, people who are fighting a living wage. I talked to Reverend Dr. William Barber a lot about that, the fight for a living wage, a $15 minimum wage. I think people are saying, wait a minute, that's not what we want our future to be.
Exactly. People are fed up. And you remember in the pandemic where people were saying, oh, essential workers, right? People were seeing work in a way they hadn't in a long time. Our healthcare workers, our transportation workers, our grocery workers keeping food on the shelves, risking their lives. And finally, they were seen. And then coming off the pandemic, things just kind of went back to normal.
They were seen because folk had no choice.
Exactly.
But normally they're just oblivious to them and just ignoring them and like as if they're just peons.
And then we went back to, quote, normal, and it was people took it for granted again.
There you go.
So people are fed up. They're fired up. They're like, hey, wait a second. Do I really have to take this, or can I do something about it? And so I think that's why unions are so favorable right now, is they're finally putting, connecting those dots that they can make a change through a union.
When the Janus decision happened, one of the things that Lee Saunders and I talked about, he said that unions also had to get their act together, that they had gotten complacent, that they had to actually go back to the basics.
That's right.
You think that also was the case?
Absolutely, because we have a lot of those stereotypes that still persist, that we were exclusive, not inclusive. People like me, women of color, were always on the sidelines, and especially in certain types of jobs where, in the growing industries, women and people of color didn't see themselves necessarily in those jobs because, the labor movement really wasn't reflective of those communities. And so I think that has shifted. If you look at this floor, if you look at the delegations from labor, if you look at the leadership of labor last night, diverse, female, it is a completely different labor movement.
When you talk about, again, the look, the feel, and how that changes, I think back to 2008 when Obama ran, and you had white union leaders who put race on the table. And they said, no, we have to tell these white men and white women, these folks have been backing us, they've been supporting us, CBC, we're going to stand with this black man. And it was very interesting how they didn't try to dance around it. They said, no, we have to confront it.
Absolutely. My predecessor, Rich Trumka, gave a very famous speech, you may remember, to a steelworkers audience. that went viral for that reason, because the credibility of that messenger speaking in a way that people's ears can open. And in fact, unions are the most trusted source. If a union member hears from their union, it cuts through all the rest of the noise.
Right.
Even the friends and family aren't as trusted as their union. I don't know what that says about their family, but but unions are seen as kind of cutting through the BS. We approach people on an issues basis, the things they care about: good jobs, good fair wages, equal pay, good health care, retirement, affordable housing. People can't afford to live where they work anymore.
Right.
So unions can actually help those people listen in, pay attention to those issues, and connect them to the candidates.
So we obviously we know battleground states, but everything is not just about the presidential race. And so what does y'all's map look like in terms of how many states that you're really focused on? Because it's not just presidential, it's critical U.S. Senate races, it's congressional races too.
Thank you, because
and state races.
There's so much focus on the presidential. I couldn't agree more that those down ballot races are just as important, if not more. And we're seeing a surge in candidates who are reflective of our communities, which is so exciting. And then knowing that we have a community network of labor movement activists all in every city and town, every state, in every workplace. And no one else reaches people at the workplace, if you think about it. People don't even answer their doors anymore because of those Ring doorbells. They're looking on their couch going,
no,
who is
I'm not
that?
talking to them. I'm not talking to them.
Yeah, I know, exactly. So we go into the workplace and talk to people with a shop steward or with a union activist. And I think it's a special reach that we have. But those down ballot races are the most compelling because it's close to their community and they
Right.
see it and they connect it.
Well,
Yeah.
I told Fred this, that so this show will be 6 years old, September 4th.
Amazing.
And when we launched the show, when TV One had canceled my show, a lot of people were really upset. And Lee Saunders was like, listen, we got to support. Everybody was talking about hitting them up. And so when I told them what I was doing, the first 2 years of this show, AFSCME was the only sponsor.
Is that right?
That's how we were able.
Wow.
That's how we survived the first 2 years of this show because of their support. So we understand the importance of unions. And he said, "Look, your voice is important. Who you speak to, so we also speak to previous support."
Thank you for your partnership. Thank you for being a voice for working people. And I can't wait to see where we go from here.
All right. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right. Always good to see my friend, the former mayor of L.A. He's now running for governor, Antonio Villaraigosa. What's up, man?
Man, I'm just living the dream, brother. Woke up this morning, as they say, thanking God.
Absolutely. Well, that's the first thing. You wake up like, everything work? Okay, God, we all good. All right, give you the praise. All right, let's go to work.
Let's go to work.
Absolutely.
Exactly. And when to work, I'm in the gym at 6 o'clock this morning, and, going to be working all the way through the evening.
Absolutely. Let's talk about this convention. Obviously, this race has completely changed with the decision by President Joe Biden to not seek re-election. People keep asking me, I'm going to ask you, how this last month has gone. This has been an absolutely flawless first month.
When I first saw you a few minutes ago, I was talking to Jesse, the Reverend Jesse Jackson. My first convention was 1984. I wasn't a delegate, but went to the convention advocating for immigration reform way back then. And I'll tell you something, from that day all the way to this day, and as you know, I chaired the convention in 2012 for President Obama. I have never seen an election quite like this. Just a month ago, we thought we were going to nominate President Biden.
Right.
And a lot's happened in that month. And I'll tell you, let me just say that last night, I got emotional listening to President Biden because this was going to be his convention.
Yeah.
And he honestly believes that he could beat Donald Trump and that he was the right person to lead our party.
Right.
But I think he was convinced over time that a lot of people in our party didn't agree.
Right.
And he put his country before his own interests, before even his own beliefs.
Right.
And I'll tell you something. I watched that, and you got to respect the man. He's going to go down not just as the most consequential president since Lyndon Baines Johnson, but a man who was willing to sacrifice his own career for the country. And yet at the same time, my God, the energy behind Kamala, even President Obama didn't have this kind of energy this quickly. I mean, it built up over time after Iowa and then South Carolina.
Right.
But this one is like, it's like on supercharged, turbocharged.
Right.
And you can feel the energy, the excitement. Some said the giddiness, but be clear, our country is evenly divided.
Right.
And this is going to be a very close election.
See, so one of the things that David Axelrod, and he's really pissing me off with this, he keeps going on CNN talking about, this euphoria is going to wear off. If the election was tomorrow, Trump wins. And I'm like, but it's not tomorrow. It's in 77 days. And so it's a buildup. So the reality, so I think for me, I think it's offensive to keep saying, well, the euphoria is going to wear off. The reality is, anybody looking at this should be saying, wait a minute, 1 month, 500 million raised. Florida, a state where Democrats have been awful for the last 3-4 election cycles, 22,000 volunteers sign up. When you look at that Win with Black Women call that Sunday, and then we came back with Win with Black Men on Monday. Then you had Latinas on Tuesday, South Asian women on Wednesday, white women on Thursday,
white dudes,
black gay men on Friday, Caribbean folks, Irish Americans for Kamala Harris, white dudes for Kamala Harris. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about, Axelrod? This is a totally different state of mind.
I've never seen anything like it. As I said, I'm a big Obama fan. I was Bill Clinton fan, Hillary Clinton fan. But I've never seen anything. It's like we got this genie in a box here and we're just rubbing on it. Now, it is true. We're going to have to keep it going.
Absolutely.
But, with the kind of resources we have, with the volunteers coming in, we're going to have a ground game against a candidate who doesn't believe in ground game, doesn't believe in, as he says, vote by mail. Believes, I don't know what he believes in besides himself. Now, that's a guy that would never put the nation before himself. I mean, I don't say it because he's a Republican. I say it because he's Donald Trump, a convicted felon.
Yeah.
Somebody who ripped people off with a nonprofit. And, when you look at this man, the way he treats women, this isn't somebody that you could feel proud of. Joe Biden was somebody you could be proud of.
Yep.
Kamala Harris is that somebody. I don't know if you know this, but I've known Kamala before she was elected.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I was in the legislature when I first met her. I was a freshman, 1994. She was an Alameda County prosecutor. Then she moved to San Francisco, became a prosecutor there, and ran for district attorney in a race that nobody thought she could win.
Right.
Then she ran for the Attorney General, and let me tell you about that one.
That was a tight. Everybody, I remember that night.
I was mayor of LA.
That was a tight race.
Tight, and we did 3 press conferences in the last 10 days, and she won. And guess what? Latinos got behind Kamala Harris. So I'm gonna tell you, I've known her a long time. Saw her as she rose to the U.S. Senate, vice president, ran for president. You've seen a lot of growth. I think she's found her sea legs.
Right.
She's found her voice. She's comfortable in her skin. And that makes her even more powerful because she's always been a very talented person. And that's why Politico said, I didn't even know it, but they said that I endorsed her a minute before President Biden. As soon as I saw he quit, I said, say something about him being the most consequential president in our lifetime, and then shoot in support of her candidacy. And everybody felt the same because right after that, it was
an avalanche.
So
I just think that, again, when you have folks who are that energized and that excited, I don't believe you throw cold water on it. I think what you do is you encourage that, but you also explain to people you now have to channel it. You now have to, coming out of this convention ends, you go into Labor Day. After Labor Day, everybody keeps talking about Election Day. I'm like, no. You got to be, first of all, looking at what are the registration deadlines. Now you got to register. Then after the registration deadlines pass, then you focus on early voting to get as many folks, bank as many of those early votes as possible so you're not biting your nails on election night. That, to me, is how folks should be thinking, but channel that energy and that excitement into actual work.
Absolutely. Now, if we were a year out and they were talking like that, I'd understand.
Right, way too early.
Got 77 days.
Right.
That's it. Man, that's a very short period of time. And I believe that you will continue to feel that excitement all the way through because there's too much at stake. As Beyonce and Kamala like to say, freedom. The freedom of a young girl to grow up, the South Asian and black heritage, to grow up to be the president of the United States. The freedom to stand up for a woman's right to choose and for her right to make decisions about medical decisions about her own body. The freedom of us saying, look, yes, we can protect our border and do the things that you need to do to make sure it's secure, but deporting 11 million people, I'm just going to say, you look it up. When's the last time that happened? It was in the 1940s. Guess what country that was? You know, when you hear this man speak, the anger, the finger pointing, the name calling, the way he talks about women, and you know, we need a uniter again.
There you go.
What I loved about President Obama, he was a uniter, and that's what we need. And you're going to see Kamala Harris is going to be a uniter.
When is the gubernatorial race in California?
Well, the primaries in June of 2026. And I'll tell you something.
You starting early.
Well, last time, if you remember, I was 2.5 years. I started right after the November election when Hillary lost. I was 2.5 years after the other guy. And this time, I'm 1.5 years around one candidate and 6 months after the rest.
Okay.
In fact, that candidate just passed by.
Oh, that dude?
No.
Oh.
But
I'm like, that dude running for governor?
So I'll tell you this. I ain't getting in too late. I'm going to get in. I raised more money in 6 days than the rest of them raised in 6 months. But I know that the way you win elections is one person at a time.
That's it.
I'm going to knock on every door, and proverbially, not
I got you.
literally, and I'm going to speak to everyone. And I know what my coalition has always been. It's been the Bradley Coalition of bringing blacks, Latinos, Asians, the marginalized and left out, and progressives who want to join in that effort to make sure that the opportunity America is opportunity for all of us.
Yes, sir.
Not just some of us.
All right. Always good to see you.
Good to see you.
I appreciate it, my brother. Thanks a bunch. All right.
Bye-bye.
Snap, snap.
Come through, Brett. Come through.
Since y'all using my light,
Yeah.
I got a cell phone. We good. Since y'all using my light,
Yeah, come through. Yeah, come through.
Yeah, we live.
We waiting on you. We waiting on you.
yeah, we live.
Family.
Yeah, we live.
Come join the family.
That's why I got the best seat. I snatch everybody coming by. This like the red carpet.
Yeah.
You know
Oscar red carpet.
we cannot say no to this brother. We appreciate you so much. Thank you for telling our stories. Thank you for keeping folks informed. There's so much disinformation and misinformation out there. That's why what you're doing is so important.
Appreciate it. How you been feeling about this week? This is night 2. And of course, Ken Chenault coming up next, the next hour, Angela also Brooks. And then of course, the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, then Michelle Obama, then President Obama.
Yeah, I mean, it's heady. A lot of people don't know Chicago's a city that raised me. This is actually where I'm from. So to be here is a very full circle moment. But to return as a congresswoman representing the Massachusetts 7th, including the city of Boston, I'm not going to say it's surreal because I feel like that in some ways denies us that this is real, that this is attainable, and we are on the precipice of making history.
Always good to see you.
Good to see you too.
All right, take care. Folks, Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley from Massachusetts. Mondale, get over here. Mondale Robinson, of course, mayor there in North Carolina, working to get black men out. Tell them about the Black Male Project.
Black male voter.
I got the microphone. I don't need you to hold that damn thing.
I knew when you said it was a red carpet, we was going to take that serious.
Put your hands in your assume the position. Put your hands behind your back. Now go.
Black Male Voter Project is the first and only organization in this country with the sole purpose of increasing the more than 60% of black men in this country that are already registered that are not super voters. A super voter is someone who votes in every election. There are 9.6 million black men in this country that are registered to vote, and more than 60% of them, guys, almost 5 million, have not voted in the last 4 or 5 federal elections, or at least one of them. So our job is to bring them out. That's also not a critique of black men. It's a critique of the processes that we use that fail epically at reaching these brothers about what they're suffering through.
You know, one of the things that, I mean, you have all this dialogue. We saw it happen when Stacey Abrams was in Georgia. People were making these assumptions that black men were not supporting her. When elections are over, you pull the data, that was an absolute lie. And so I think part of the deal is also mainstream media pushing narratives. I mean, I saw CNN do the story the other day talking of 6 black men at a basketball court, and 4 of them for Trump. One wasn't going to vote, for Trump, one for Harris. And I was like, y'all put that bullshit on the air. 6 dudes on the basketball court.
Misinformation.
And didn't open with a question first, are you registered?
Ooh. Are you American? The assumptions. Don Lemon is doing the same thing. I love that brother. He's doing the same thing.
I saw that video.
Get the mic out of brother's face that you ain't really talk to. Let's be serious about here. And actually, when he pushed back on one of the brothers and said Trump didn't give you a check, the brother said F Trump immediately. So this is not real political data. You're absolutely right. The world keeps telling us how conservative black men are becoming with no data to support it. 2018 is the election you're talking about when they said black men didn't support Stacey Abrams. What we saw was 12% of black men voted against Stacey Abrams, but right beneath Georgia is Florida. And Andrew Gillum was on the ballot, and 13% of black women voted against Andrew Gillum.
No, 18%.
18%. Well, I mean, 13%, or we should say that were registered Democrats. So what they didn't say was that black women turn their back on black men. What is it that...
And in that Gillum election is because a lot of them were voting for the opportunity scholarships because they care about the education of their kids.
Absolutely. So what we don't know is, here's what we don't know is, when you invest wholly in black people, black men and black women, what does it look like? Because we've not seen a program where black people, black media get what we deserve. When we see oversized money going to Iowa and not Mississippi, we get BS programs that are funded last minute. So all our people see us trusted messengers as transactional as the party, and that is problematic for the programs we're trying to run and how brothers turn out, and that's the real conversation.
Kwame, question for Mondale.
The work you're doing in North Carolina, how important is it going to be for North Carolina? That's my home state. I went to University of North Carolina.
Yeah.
How important is it going to be to turn? I know, it's all love. But how important is it going to be to turn out our state and flip it? Because, we lost to Donald Trump by less than 75,000 votes in the last election.
Yeah.
Talk to me about the work you're specifically doing in North Carolina to flip that state and bring it home for us.
Yeah, so North Carolina, where I'm mayor, is one of the states I do work in. We do work in 17 states. What's unique about North Carolina is the lack of investment in real Eastern North Carolina.
Yep.
And what I mean by that is we always stop short and call Raleigh and Durham Eastern North Carolina.
Hometown.
Well, Charlotte is Western, right?
Yeah.
But they don't talk about the black counties where more than 52% of the population.
Jacksonville, Maysville,
Halifax County, Bertie, all these are black majority counties that never see programs fully funded. And as long as we leave the counties where majority of the slave plantations were underfunded, we're going to continue to lose elections that we don't have to lose.
Okay.
Now, of course, there are more black people in Charlotte. Of course, there's more black people in Raleigh. But when you oversaturate those mailboxes, those people doors with letters, you can't get but so many of them are going to turn out. When you keep leaving the farmlands unfertile, you're going to keep getting bad crop, i.e. Republicans winning in states that they shouldn't.
And Mark Robinson. We got to watch out for that.
But here's the deal. One of the reasons why Biden Harris won Georgia in 2020 is also because you had Warnock and Ossoff on the ballot.
Yep.
They were driving, they were going to those other places. I know for a fact 'cause I did it for Warnock. I was going to those various states, going there. And so that's also the difference. You have to send folks there, communicate with them, have those rallies there. And so whether it was Jonesboro, Statesboro, things along those lines, that's what we all saw. Real quick before Kishadar goes, you got 20 seconds.
Yo, I just want to tell people that stop talking about black men if you don't have intimate relationships with them. If your close proximity to black men is something you saw on TV, you don't know enough to speak on us.
Joining us right now is the chairman of the Democratic National Committee. He ain't slept in about he ain't slept in 6 weeks.
Man, I aged like 5 years in the last 3 months. But
normally when somebody run for president, they age and they hair change.
He was good on that.
Mine just ain't growing back.
Talk about, first of all, before the overall convention, that was smooth as hell, having the celebratory roll call and then going live to the rally in Milwaukee that's
seamless
packed. That was amazing.
Seamless.
In a battleground state. And that's what we're trying to do here. This, y'all, has been like the biggest, most successful family reunion that I've ever seen.
No doubt. The cookout's nice.
Yeah, the cookout is nice. Right?
I just ain't seen no smoke in the back.
The cookout is nice.
I know.
But, you know, we got the potato salad with no raisins, right? A nice balance of egg and, everything else. And with some seasoning. A little bit of seasoning in there, right?
As long as Tim Walls ain't cooking.
No, that's right. He can grill, he just can't season.
He can't do the tacos.
No, listen, I am so overjoyed right now because the Democratic Party is a party of hope. And we win elections, and Roland, you know this. We win elections when our campaigns are built on that hope and joy. And I have not seen a campaign like this in a long, long time. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz complement each other so well. You just watch them and their interaction, and it's natural. It's not forced at all. You see that they like each other. Like, Tim Walz looks at her and like, that is my boss, right?
I'm riding with
right?
her.
But it's the same way Joe Biden looked at Barack Obama.
That's right.
I want people to step back and think about Joe Biden and his place here. This is a man who was the able lieutenant for a black man as president of the United States for 8 years and never stabbed him in the back. Always had his back, right? And then when he got the opportunity to pick his running mate, who did he pick? A black woman, right? And then who did he pass the baton to, Roland? He could have said, oh, let's do an open primary, let's do it. No, he said, I got an intelligent, able lieutenant right here, and I'm going to give her the baton.
Take us inside that, because I was doing a radio interview earlier, and I said, we cannot fully understand to be the most powerful person in the world, president of the United States, and you say, I'll speak on Monday, and then I'm going to go to California. I'm going to give you the runway. But also, that was one. But last night, crowd was chanting, thank you, Joe, thank you, Joe. And he could have been like anybody else, let me bask in the glory. Hey, I had to step out. But he says, and Kamala.
Yes.
I mean, that he did it several times.
Yes. It sort of reminds me, I'm a Laker fan. It sort of reminds
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, don't be sorry, brother.
Y'all ain't won nothing in a while.
Let's not talk about them Rockets, okay?
Come on now.
Come on.
We beat y'all.
Come on. Not in a long time. But anyway, let me get this issue. You remember Kareem got hurt?
Yep.
Magic's a rookie.
Yep.
Magic came in the game and became the Magic Johnson that we all love.
That's right.
Winning championships.
Right.
Joe Biden's Kareem. Magic Johnson is our MVP, Kamala Harris.
All right, come with it.
Because she has shown people, man, I have gone all over the country. I've gone over the world. I was over early in my chairmanship. I was over in London. Had a fundraiser with some donors there. And one of the donors said, let's talk about the elephant in the room, the vice president. And I sat there and I listened to him. I said, sir, let me tell you this. I said, you live overseas. The relationship that the United States now has with France, the reason why we rebuilt that relationship is because of our MVP, Kamala Harris.
Come on.
And so you talking about all these other vice presidents. Dick Cheney shot a man.
Yes, he did.
He shot a man. But what has Kamala Harris done? Broken those ties after ties after ties that have passed transformational things that have transformed our communities. She is our MVP, and Tim Walz is our coach, and this is a team of hope and joy, and all of us are the role players.
Amen.
And we got a role to play. They're going to play their role, but she has stepped up like I have never seen somebody in politics before. And Roland, I want your folks to think about this. Let's fast forward. Let's go in the fast forward machine. January 20th, 2025. A cold day in Washington, D.C., because we know it's always cold in D.C.
Always.
We are at the U.S. Capitol, on the steps of the Capitol, a building built by slaves. And on that stage is Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson.
That's right. Yes.
A Delta.
That's right.
Holding in her hand the Frederick Douglass Bible.
Yes.
And Kamala Harris, a black woman, steps out on that stage, AKA HBCU grad, puts her hand on that Bible, lift it up and say, I swear to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. Man, that is the future, but only if we do our part.
We show up.
That is the future, but we got to do our part.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely. And one of the things that with this convention, and when I tell people earlier, the Mississippi delegation, they were doing the roll call.
Yeah.
I tossed back, I say, when we in Chicago, 1968, what was happening then, and it shows you the impact of African Americans on this party and how black people have played a crucial role here. Mayor, how you doing?
I'm feeling pretty great.
All of y'all know this is Mayor of Chicago.
It's going on, Brandon Johnson, Mayor of Chicago. It's going great. We're making history again in Chicago. You know, this is the place, as you know, Roland, where Reverend Jesse Jackson said, you got to keep hope alive. And from keep hope alive to yes, we can, and to another Jackson axiom, when we fight, we win. And so the city of Chicago has been at the forefront of political history, from Fannie Lou Hamer being seated right here in Chicago, again, to Ida B. Wells, much like in the spirit in which you come out of, has elevated the consciousness of our creed of what it means to be a more perfect union. So it's great, safe, vibrant, and it's Chicago. It's the greatest place in the world.
You also, again, this is night 2. The Obamas are speaking. They're going to be coming up after Illinois Senator Tammy Duckworth. And he had significant energy last night, and it's just building towards Bill Clinton tomorrow, and then the VP on Thursday.
Look, you could not have laid out a more perfect script. You know, I have to give special thanks to President Joe Biden. He will go down as one of the most consequential presidents of all time. He really was at the forefront of protecting and saving this democracy. As you all know, we have an extreme Republican Party that has tried to roll back the hands of time, and they have not accepted the results of the Civil War. And they're painful to watch, Roland. I don't know what's more painful to watch, the Republican Party or breakdancing at the Summer Olympics.
Oh,
but
my
either
God.
way,
Oh my God!
it's just
break guns.
But with that all being said, the Obamas, Clintons, and now you're literally seeing the torch being passed because you have a black woman as president, and then we're going to have a black Speaker of the House, and that history comes right out of the city of Chicago.
Joining us right now, Choke Lumumba. He is the mayor of Jackson, Mississippi. Your thoughts on tonight?
Brother, the feeling is electric. It has a familiar feeling. I think that we're primed to take this, but it's a lot of work to be done, ahead. Yeah.
One of the things that Michelle Obama said, she which caused the room to erupt, that maybe the black job Donald Trump was talking about is the one, that White House job.
That was the one. Yeah, well, we're learning that these black jobs are more diverse than Donald Trump may think that they are.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Don, real quick. Excuse me. Speaker of the House of Virginia, Alpha Man.
That's all good. You got 2 cappers on you.
Alpha Man.
You got 2 cappers on you.
No.
Yeah, he needed back up.
No, first of all, I'm a Texas A&M Alpha, and so is he.
And I'm gonna take A&M.
Okay,
we don't need backup.
Yeah, we don't need backup, bro. No,
all good.
He can handle all of y'all by himself.
Your thoughts on tonight's speeches?
It was fantastic. Obama closed it out. He brought us back to why we always believed him in the first place as a president. He knows how to articulate what America's true values are about. When he talked about once again, calling us back to our better angels and bringing up those ties that bind us and saying that we don't want a country that's always divided and full of rancor. He brought all of that home. He did a fantastic job. We had some great speakers tonight. It's fantastic. And he also understood that he's not naive.
Yeah.
You know that people try to say he's naive, but he's not naive. He knows that it takes hard work. We got to go do the doors. We got to talk to our neighbors. We know this is a close election. She is the underdog. What black woman have we seen that's not the underdog? But we always have known how to perform and do a great job.
All right, Brad, I appreciate it, brother.
Appreciate you, bro.
Thank you,
Yes,
bro.
sir.
See you.
I know you got it from here, bro.
Yeah, you got it.
Light work. Light work.
Bring home Virginia, brother. We need you. Bring home Virginia.
Both from Houston. So
That's it. Bring home Virginia. We need you.
First of all, one of the things that was awesome about this here, Vice President Harris sold out 2 arenas.
At
They
the
had
same damn
15,000 plus in Milwaukee, plus they had this arena here.
Well, we know.
All right, cool.
We know from experience that black women are used to making the best out of everything, out of their circumstance. And so while she is the underdog, we believe in her. We believe in what she's bringing. And supporting an administration like this means the world to a city like Jackson, Mississippi, which is often not at the table, and consequently, we're on the menu. And so having this level of support means the restoration of dignity for communities. It means that we can build dignity economies. And so I'm excited about Obama. He is the reason that I got into politics.
Okay.
Yeah, he is the reason.
He's pulling everybody into this.
Nikki Freed, the head of the Florida Democratic Party. Just share your thoughts tonight.
Oh, my God. Inspiring the entire night. Both the Obamas were so on point, inspiring, and exactly what the nation needed tonight.
And tell folks, y'all had some big wins tonight in Florida.
We certainly did. We had our primaries. We have our new U.S. Senate candidate, Debbie Burkesell Powell. So we're going to take on Rick Scott and make him a one-term U.S. Senator. And we flipped school boards all over the state of Florida. Ron DeSantis had a horrific evening.
That's called music to my ears. Nikki, we appreciate it. Thanks.
Well, I appreciate having me on.
I appreciate it.
Great. Thank you.
Joe, your thoughts about tonight?
Fantastic. I mean, Doug Emmerhoff was great. The sister that's running for Senate
Angela also Brooks
in Maryland was great, but Michelle Obama was it.
Home.
Yeah. She was it. She was the one. She was the MVP all day long, and she just reminds you of who she is. Yeah. And even though she's always still the one that goes high, the way that she did it tonight, she can be classy and still pop them. You know what I mean? And that's what she did.
That saying that, when they go low, I'm going to go medium because God's still working on it. Right. That's the real Michelle we saw
she was
tonight.
very matter of fact. She did her thing, and the energy was great.
We did not actually show, hold on a second, we did not show the speech of Ayanna Navarro, but one of the things she talked about, she said, basically, she challenged, how dare they call Vice President Kamala Harris a communist? She said, I grew up in a communist country. She said, I know what communism looks like. And she said, this ain't it. And this is a Republican who was on that stage talking.
Yep. Talk to me about the strategies to activate deep Southern black voters and make sure we bring home states like Georgia. Obviously, you have all that knowledge in Mississippi. How does it translate out to the broader South?
Well, I think that the real point is that, while we hadn't been a part of the equation or the conversation for many years, we have to be able to point to administrations that really focus on us. When I look at Jackson, Mississippi, and I think about what, Vice President Kamala Harris and President Biden have been able to achieve for a city like Jackson, in a state like Mississippi, which is often considered off of the grid, off of the board, the checkerboard, if you will, when it comes to national elections, they demonstrated their sincerity by giving historic funding to a city of Jackson, $800 million, in order to ensure that we have the sanctity of drinking water, that we have the resiliency in our water infrastructure. And so being able to point to those examples, that speaks to anyone, whether you're Republican, whether you're, Northern or Southern, knowing that you value my family are the type of discussions that we have to have. And we have to penetrate, right? We have to organize early and now understand that Mississippi is no longer off the board.
30 seconds,
right? Tennessee is no longer off the board. We have to continue to push in that direction.
L. Joy Williams, of course, out of Brooklyn. Your thoughts about tonight?
absolutely great. Did Michelle Obama not read the entire library?
She understood the
She was like, oh, y'all banning books. Okay, let me open the library for everybody so that everybody can get the message that we do not need to wait to do anything, that everybody needs to pull their own weight. And I just think everything was just hitting the messaging that we need right now, continuing the enthusiasm, right? Because that speculation of whether or not the enthusiasm was going to continue, even with the convention boost, this is much more than that. I think people are very hopeful and want to do something, and it's proof positive tonight.
All right, appreciate it.
All right,
thanks a bunch. Absolutely. It is first of all, it was fewer speakers tonight because they had the roll call, which really was called a celebratory roll call, because they'd already done the virtual roll call in order to meet the ballot deadlines that took place. Of course, like I say, this is over. So what you have here, of course, all the folks who are streaming out, as I said, where we're located, this is the VIP lot. So literally, they're all coming past us, heading back to their cars. And so y'all might have seen us last night, and this looks a little bit different in terms of how. So they really have pushed the security. What? She just started shaking her head.
I have never felt, watching Michelle Obama take every single critique that has ever been lodged against her, her blackness, her patriotism, and turn that into a call to action.
Flip it on its head.
Brilliant. Brilliant, flawless. And I am just, I don't even, I got to find some words.
We appreciate you had those.
Yes.
All right. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Alexis McGill Johnson, Planned Parenthood. So as we said, folks, folks are streaming out of the United Center. So we're going to just keep grabbing folks here. As I said, they had a celebratory roll call. Lil Jon went by a little bit earlier. Folks were excited, Joe.
Couldn't quite grab him.
For Lil Jon to come out, especially when they were going to Georgia.
Yeah, listen, they got a little something for everybody, man. Have Lil Jon. You should have.
Mayor of Atlanta.
Nope. Okay.
Nope, come through.
Yeah, he came in earlier, so we've gotten him going and coming.
Yeah.
So, no, it was fantastic.
Let me go grab him. I'll go grab him.
It was fantastic. But what you should have done for me, Roland, is reminding me when he came by, and so I could call him out. You know what I mean? We could do that thing.
And we can gang up on him. We can gang up on him. We can gang up on him. Look, the nuke is deep now. What you gonna do? What you gonna do, Roland?
Do y'all know how many alphas are here? y'all do not want an alpha roll call.
What you gonna do, Roland?
Y'all don't want an alpha roll call.
What you gonna do, Roland?
Your thoughts on the night?
Talk to us about Atlanta.
Man, the night has been spectacular, but man, there's nobody greater than Michelle.
You right about that?
All day long. MVP.
She gave a sermon, a rally, and a roadmap.
That's
all
right.
All over the same time.
Oh, my bad.
That's
Michelle
right.
Obama
No, keep going.
gave a sermon, a rally,
and a roadmap. I like
she
that.
She said,
right.
do something.
That's right.
She said, you got to go out there, and you can't just be all, what she was talking about, like, what's that example she gave where she was like, you can't be perfect, Oh, man, she was on fire.
She brought the funk.
She was keeping receipts.
Yeah, she did. She had all the receipts.
Oh, that's it. Yeah. I need my security. Security.
You do. Yeah, you get that security on it.
This is the most cameras you ever
This all the folks he kept off the call.
Alpha, grace, and mercy.
All right, welcome to Noopchella. Welcome to Noopchella. Capicella.
It's all good. It's all good.
Listen, man, the men of Kappa Alpha Psi are grateful
What's up, man?
that Roland Martin has allowed us to take over his show.
Share the mic. The Kappa takeover on Roland Martin Live.
Right. Many of us, because we have an achievement problem, brother.
That's right. That's right.
We got elected by the voters, all these Kappa men, right?
That's it.
But look, Roland, this has been a phenomenal.
But everybody know who the mayor of Black America.
The mayor of Black America.
Roland Martin.
Talk to us, Mayor, though. Talk to us about Georgia in particular and flipping that state and bringing it home again and some of the strategies you're going to do to drive that through Atlanta. Talk to us.
Absolutely. Georgia was red for 2 decades.
Yep. Right.
And then 2020 occurred, and we went blue for Joe Biden during the pandemic. And then we went in 2021 and got Ossoff and Warnock elected as our senators. And then 2022, we had to re-elect Warnock because he was fulfilling the end of someone else's seat. And so what we got now is in 2024 an opportunity to do it all over again. Yep. We're fired up. With Kamala Harris, the energy is so high. Yep. The Divine Nine is out there. Yeah. All the churches, the souls to the polls. Okay. And what we have to do is, there's some guys on the margin, right? The couch was going to win this election. People were going to sit it out. Yeah. The couch was going to win this election. I like some people were going to sit it out. I don't think that's the case anymore. Yeah. Okay. Folks are like, hey, I'm hearing a message from Kamala Harris. I understand how she's going to help my family, how she's going to look after my, take care of my future. Okay. And the lies are being dispelled. Right, yeah. Those lies about locking up black men and all that stuff, that stuff is getting dispelled. Yeah, right. It takes some time to dispel a lie. Yep. That lie got told, a little drop of lie. Yep. It's taken a year to overcome. Right. But it's being overcome right now. Right. And we're seeing that, the hate that's coming out of the MAGA crowd, that's when it's getting real to them. Because, when you read, you've ever been in a political campaign and you got the poll, but then you got the crosstabs. When you get the crosstabs, that's when you start seeing men of this age with this income. This is what they're thinking. Okay. This is what they think are highs and this is what they think are lows. You start reading that and you start realizing that Kamala Harris, of course, has a black woman. Of course, she has all of the Democrats. But the folks that were independents or undecided, they are seeing a Donald Trump that is senile and crumbling. You see his tweets. You see her. They're like, we can't trust him. Right. He's dangerous. Right. And she's amping up, getting stronger and stronger and coming out. And I think folks are going to show up in Georgia to make sure that Georgia stays blue. Right. I just ran into Josh Shapiro, and he and I hugged it out. We were so happy to see each other. And he was like, I got Pennsylvania, my team and I, the whole Pennsylvania crew, we all going to Allegheny County, all those folks. I believe that Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and of course now with Minnesota on it, we got all that, and that's going to carry us over.
Georgia is a beacon for North Carolina. Georgia is a beacon for Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. So we appreciate your leadership.
Yeah, absolutely.
Eventually, Mississippi's going to take off.
Hey man, we need to sit. We need to sit, man. Look, when y'all did y'all roll call, it looked like it was Wakanda. It was black. Mississippi was blacker than a mug. I was like, go ahead on. I love Mississippi, man. The Delta. Yeah. I know y'all the blackest state, but you're dealing with some challenges that with your leadership, we're overcoming that. And I think that when Kamala Harris is our president, the Mississippi Delta, everybody's going to see what good leadership looks like, and we're going to continue to win some hearts over. All right, brothers, I'm about to get back.
Good. We appreciate
you. Get way too
comfortable. Holding court. I was like, rope them in. Let them back clean up.
Appreciate it, man.
Let them back clean up.
Appreciate it. Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens there, y'all. And so, like I say, folks, how's it going? Again, getting out of here. And they ain't going to sleep, y'all, because there are numerous parties and all kind of other stuff. Right. I went last night. I stopped. I didn't go to. I went by. I had to go say hi to Dougie Fresh, say hi to Lil Jon. Just to say hi. I wasn't trying to party. I did. Had chopped up my man. Chopped up a little bit. Had chopped it up. Folks were hitting me tonight. I'm like, no, I can't do nothing tonight. Right here. I got your former Virginia governor.
Come through.
How you doing?
How you doing? What a night, huh? Indeed. Spectacular.
Former head of the DNC, former governor of Virginia. Just share your thoughts about tonight.
What a convention we've had. I mean, 2 nights in a row, spectacular. This is who America is. I've run a couple of these. I'm telling you, I've never seen a party more happy, more unified, ready to go forward. It's exciting.
It also was pretty amazing to see 2 sold-out arenas 80 miles apart.
And can you believe it? And think about this. Trump's convention, did his vice president come and speak?
No.
Did the former President Bush come and speak?
Nope. Hell, his wife wasn't even there.
His wife.
She showed up. She did show up when the check cleared.
We got every former president coming doing this. And he cannot get anyone to come to his convention. It was a disgrace.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, we're rocking, guys. We're going to do this. Right. But it's going to be a close election.
Yep. Yeah, that's right.
I've been doing this 45 years. We can't take anything for granted. Nope. We won 2000. We didn't get the prize. We got more votes in 2016. Mm-hmm. We didn't get the prize. Right. We're getting the prize this time.
All right.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Great to see you.
Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Vote. Game on. Let's go.
Appreciate you. Appreciate it. Thanks a lot. That was Terry McCullough, former chair of the Democratic National Committee and also former governor of Virginia. Again, we got folks coming through. We're going to grab a few more. This has been, Kwame, it's the thing that I keep saying. Again, I said it earlier, I'm sick and tired of watching David Axelrod on CNN talking about, the euphoria. It can wear off. No, you're supposed to ride that.
That's right.
Like a wave. When you're tired, when you don't feel like doing it, that's what actually causes you to get up and keep going.
Yep. This is the energy people need on the local level to go back and proselytize in their communities, right? To tell the story, to continue the narrative and build that agenda to get us to the polls. Yep.
Yeah, so I mean, you saw, of course, when Michelle Obama Joe made this comment about, that black job. Look, that Donald Trump made that comment that has resonated among a lot of folks.
Take what the guy says and run with it.
Yeah.
You know, the whole irony with this whole thing is he's never been a particularly focused candidate. He's never been a particularly good candidate. Yep. He's never been a particularly disciplined candidate. Yep. So put him up against the wall, and all of those things will amplify. And here's what you have. Now, you can't take anything for granted. You got to do your work, right? You know what I mean? You got to do it every day. Yeah. But there's all kinds of opportunity here, and that's always been the case.
Yeah, Mayor LeVar, the machine.
Mayor LeVar Stoney, Richmond, Virginia. Just share your thoughts about tonight.
It's an amazing night. It shows that Democrats are ready to go. I've been saying this from day one, that Democrats have shown a business-like approach to this. They are very focused. I think the reason we're very focused is because the threat of Donald Trump hangs over us. And I love the fact that, you know what, when I look at this campaign, you have President Obama, President Clinton, Secretary Clinton, all showing up for the Democratic Convention. Michelle showing up for the Democratic Convention, and Mike Pence, who was the vice president for Donald Trump, didn't even show for the Republican Convention.
Well, not only show up, he made it clear he was not even endorsing.
Exactly right. And so you talk about unity can be found in the Democratic Party.
That's right.
All right then, Mayor, we appreciate it. Thanks a bunch.
Awesome. Thank you.
Mayor Lumumba, we were talking earlier, about in terms of how do you mobilize. And then we look at the South. Kwame was talking about North Carolina, we were talking about Georgia as well. The reality is, and we were talking earlier with Mondale Robinson, that you see what has to be done, that you have to go into rural places in the South and talk to those black voters who oftentimes are ignored.
Yep. Absolutely. And when you look at a place like Mississippi, the opportunity is a lot closer than people, really give it credit for being. Right. You're talking about a state that's 40% black to begin with. When you look at the western portion, all of those counties are all majority black. And then when you look at college towns, there's opportunity there. So it requires our organizing. What we're finding out tonight is that rumors of our demise have been greatly exaggerated. And so we have to build on this moment. But once again, we don't want anyone walking away with the notion that this isn't going to be a close election.
We want another Southern leader to come on.
We need people. Oh, yeah, this is my guy. I'll step aside.
Look, we love you. We love you, brother. We love you. We're going to need you to preach. We're going to need you to preach right now.
What's up, Doc? For joining us.
We're going to need you on a sermon right now.
My first time meeting him. Right?
Oh, my first time meeting him, too. Look, we love you, brother. We love you.
Memphis got 60% black people, so we gave him some.
Good to see you, man.
Good to see you, too. Good to see you, too.
We were just talking about how you have to mobilize rural black folks in the South. And all too often, when Democrats, if they go to Georgia, they'll go to Atlanta. If they go to Tennessee, they'll go to Memphis. If they go to North Carolina, they go to Charlotte or Raleigh. But you can't ignore those folks in rural places that want to see and hear from you, but also have a different perspective than some other voters.
That's exactly right. If we shift about 3% of rural voters to either participating or shifting their political perspectives, we will actually change the demographics of our Senate for the next generation. The rural communities being ignored is not only wrong and challenging, but it is not going to help us to continue to have strong democratic politics.
Of course, Congresswoman.
It's a party. It's a party now.
How are you?
Congresswoman, next U.S. Senator.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's right.
Thoughts about tonight?
Oh, it just blew my mind. I mean, first of all, to be able to call the roll and be the first person to say Delaware unanimously gave our votes to Kamala Harris and Tim Walz was phenomenal. But also just to hear the difference between a party for the people and a party for just some, rich some. I am just elated. I'm proud. I'm ready to go to the Senate to be Kamala's partner so that we can get it done for the people. And so I'm on a high. I'm on a high, Roland. This is a great night. And the whole week, it's only Tuesday. And look
where we are.
The beauty of our party, from young people to us more seasoned.
Yes.
I'm counting us. More seasoned. Yes. But it is just an honor and a privilege to represent Delaware in Congress. And now I'm ready for the Senate to help Kamala and Tim make this just really live up to the promises, of our ancestors. And I'm just so proud. Just so proud.
We appreciate it.
I got to go.
We appreciate it. Because you're high. You're on a high. Go ahead with finish your comment.
Yeah, no, we have to make sure that we're going into rural communities, knocking the doors there, meeting people, learning what the issues are, and being proximate to the problems. In Tennessee, we've lost 17 hospitals in our rural places, right? These are issues that are impacting black folk, for black farmers who haven't got the subsidies that they were due, right? The money that they were supposed to have, the economic opportunity that they've been denied. Like, these are issues that we have to make sure that we're talking about, and that sometimes we get too skewed into just urban and not realizing black folk everywhere. So we as a party need to be everywhere too. Hey, how you doing?
Look, keeps getting bigger.
We got Congressman Gregory Meeks, alpha man, because he had about 4 or 5 Kappas earlier, and they were feeling themselves.
We had to drop,
but I let them know they ain't gonna last long.
I know, but I know you can handle them all.
That's
to deal with you. You the man.
I tried to tell him.
You the man. You know how to deal with. You shut them down.
We always on message. We talked to you last night, but just your thoughts about what you heard tonight.
Man, let me just tell you, Michelle Obama.
That's it, bro.
Oh my God.
That's it.
I don't know what else you drop the mic. That's all. I mean,
that's it.
The message that she delivered today, the manner that she delivered it. I don't care whether you come from East Coast, West Coast, whether you go north or south or middle of America. It resonates with everyone because what she talked about was what is the essence what this election is about and what makes a difference. She broke it down to its common denominator. So the most educated person could understand it, and the person that may not have any education at all could understand what's at stake in this election.
You think there was some cussing going on at Mar-a-Lago?
Oh, I think it was cussing.
Just a little bit.
I think they were throwing bottles. They were breaking things. They were going crazy. They don't know what's going on. They're losing his mind. In fact, they're probably trying to they may have to call the police or somebody because he's having a mental breakdown now.
Yeah. I saw a video earlier where Hulk Hogan was talking about, y'all want me to body slam Kamala Harris. I think Trump got body slammed multiple times tonight.
Right. And continues. Number one, he don't know how to handle a black woman because he already got his butt kicked by my Attorney General, Letitia James, and making him pay a whole lot of money for what he did in assaulting a woman. Right. But now he's going to deal with this one? Oh, man. I can't wait. Muhammad used to say, since we can't get along, let's get it on. I can't wait till September 10th. If we can't get along, let's get it on. And I'm ready to get it on, baby.
Right. I appreciate it, brother. I appreciate it. Thanks, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Great seeing you, brother. Yep.
I do want to go back to Justin here. We were talking about the issues. We were talking about in terms of how you touch people. The shooting in Tennessee, and we talked about it before, how that woke up white women. The Dobbs decision woke up white women.
Yeah.
And this is where I think Republicans are making a mistake. I think you're going to see, and Grant, we got to see it happen, but I think you're going to see where white women are not going to be 53% of voting for Trump. They realize that's not going to fly.
Absolutely not. I mean, the energy of tonight is impeccable, and it has shown that a multiracial, intergenerational movement is growing. And I think for white women in our country, what they are realizing is that Trump's party doesn't care about women, which includes y'all. And so
Right.
black folk, we got to do what we got to do, but white women are going to be the deciders, particularly in suburban parts of this country, about whether or not we continue to take away a woman's right to choose. We continue to have children go to schools worried about whether or not they're going to be killed because the NRA and all the lobbyists are buying off politicians. Right? White women's consciousness, I think, is growing because that Supreme Court, Trump ain't in office.
Right.
And y'all lost the constitutional right. With Trump not in office.
Yeah.
And now you got this Project 2025. You see all these plans where they're saying we're going to do everything that we possibly can. Exactly. We're going to do everything we possibly can to make it harder for you to be a mother, harder for you to take care of your children, harder for you to actually be able to create a sustainable life for yourselves. Yeah. And I believe they are waking up. And when it came to the shooting in Nashville, black people have been dealing with gun violence for a very long time in our community, in my district, 86, when I'm honored to serve. We experience gun violence almost every single day, but it sometimes has taken for people to feel the proximity of the pain, for them to get a recognition that there's time for something. This is time for them, something for them to do that they may not have otherwise done. This moment is showing up that they have to do something.
I want to ask the distinguished gentleman from Tennessee about Gen Z voter activation, since you are Gen Z, and I also want to ask you about the talented bench that we now see within the Democratic Party that is leaning into the millennials and the Gen Z. So talk to me about the talent pipeline and talk to me about Gen Z voter activation.
Absolutely. You have to speak to the issues in order for people to show up.
Yep.
And you have to have people who are running for office who actually help to fire folks up, because they're not going to get there and just play around. They're not going to get there and just go along to get along. It's right. What young people that I'm experiencing and the young elected officials are doing is not a really new thing. No. These the type of black folk we looked up to.
Yep.
Right.
Ones who were like, I'm not scared of y'all.
Right.
There was a time where black folks would march saying, there's a new Negro
That's right.
in this country.
Right.
Crispus Attucks, a black man, was the first person to die for America's freedom. We are reclaiming something that has been too often diluted because folks have gotten political power and they've gotten it under a white infrastructure. And so when they were in power, they imposed a white infrastructure and they didn't do anything to elevate the issues of black people. And I think right now is a reclamation of the roots of civil rights. It's a reclamation of people like Fannie Lou Hamer said, if I fall, I'm going to fall 5 feet 4 inches forward. Like, it's that spirit. Yeah, it's my guy from Mississippi.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's that spirit that we have to reclaim in our politics. And what I believe is happening now, what I believe is happening with Vice President Harris, Tim Walz, is a new energy for young people to be like, oh, this is what government can do. This is what we can do when we have power. Tim Walz, kids eat free.
Right.
Lunch in his
Minnesota
state. In Tennessee, I tried to bring up a bill. They said it was too expensive. You said, when Democrats
but gave a massive tax break to businesses.
A $2 billion tax break to businesses. We could have ended poverty in Tennessee. Could have housed everybody in Tennessee. Could have fed every child in Tennessee. Ended the fact that 1 out of 8 children go to bed hungry at night. We could have did that, but instead our values were aligned with billionaires. Our values are being aligned with white supremacists. Our values are being aligned with domestic terrorists, and we need a mass realignment. And this opportunity with Vice President Harris and Governor Walz is a part of that realignment. And so you're getting younger people who are like, wait, this is what politics can do?
Yeah, fired up and
I'm
ready
ready to be a part of that, right? I'm not wanting to be a part of some old stale thing that is like, well, you try and compromise yourself into futility. That's not helpful. What we have to do is stand on our ground. Now, I'll find common ground with anybody, including the devil, if we got some, you know. I like heat. I don't know. The South.
I say that I go with you anywhere, but I don't know about
that. It's just like we can look for the ways that we find common ground, but we can't keep compromising ourselves into poverty. Can't keep compromising ourselves into inequality. Can't keep compromising ourselves into inequitable opportunities. And for young folks, we want to do something about the climate and the environment. We want to do something about gun violence. We want to be able to have families, but it's hard when you got $100,000 worth of debt. We want to be able to have houses, but it's hard when these international conglomerates are buying up all the properties in order that they can rent them out as Airbnbs or rent them out so that they can control our markets, right? It's hard to live in a society that seems to be designed against you. But what I think is happening is a redesign.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I think is happening. And so young people are really excited about it. And somebody's talking to our issues. Right? Y'all may not have grown up in school where you had to do active shooter drills or had your teacher say, hey, we got to close the blinds. The police are here. Right? Like that fear, that trauma is a part of our reality. And so having a vice president candidate, you know, Vice President Harris came to Tennessee the day after we were expelled to say, like, one, that was anti-democratic, but two, this reality of the gun violence epidemic is something we have to do. So they launched the first ever White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. We need somebody that's proximate to us, that's talking to us, and that's saying, look, this is our country. This ain't just the older generation. This ain't just folks who already got kids. This is all of our country, including young people.
And it seems like we're facilitating an awakening, particularly in the South, right, where you've got high black numbers. How do those that have become awakened or woke or however we want to describe it, how do they then pay it forward and get other people involved and say, hey, I just figured this out. Let's all do that together.
No, I got to go. I just want to say publicly, I'm incredibly proud of you, brother, right? You keep pushing. I want to also say that just yesterday I was considered the young, the young brother. So, when you blink, it's gone, okay?
You wake up a baby boomer.
Appreciate you, man.
Well, first of all, it's all these dudes over here. So we about to bring a bad sister, Maxine Waters.
Yeah.
We about to bring her in here. To say the word, appreciate it, Mayor Lumumba. Thanks a bunch. So I know she got something to say.
Oh yeah.
About tonight.
Auntie Maxine is always has something to say.
I know
turned 30 years ago during her first term in Congress, 1992. Yeah, and she was a real one then, and she's a real one now. She was my state representative when I was 4, and I'm 52. Yeah. She's been doing it for
Congresswoman, we got all these dudes over here. I need a woman over here. We got all these dudes over here talking. We had six. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
We had 6 dudes earlier. So I'm like, let's mix this thing up. Again, I thought that when you look at overall tonight, the voices we heard. Second gentleman was great talking about his wife Kamala Harris.
Personalizing it, making it authentic and humanizing it.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. And again, but also I thought it was awesome by them going to Milwaukee. And you were making a point about freedom, Kwame. And because they really lean into that, not solely by reproductive rights, but freedom in numerous ways.
And reclaiming freedom from the Republican Party. Reclaiming it as a plank and tying it all the way back to Harriet Tubman type freedom. And that's the way that we rebrand the party and get people to see it in a different lens. So that's brilliant on their part.
Congresswoman, I got all these dudes over here.
We have the distinguished.
Tonight was phenomenal. Not only did we hear from Barack Obama, Michelle killed it. Oh, you did too. You did too. You killed it. I just walked in when you were speaking. But it was absolutely extraordinarily inspiring evening. And I have such great hopes for our future. I think we have an opportunity to not only exercise influence, but to ensure that we start to get the kind of public policy to correct the problems and the inconsistencies in the systems that we've been forced to deal with for so long. And so I'm hopeful. I'm looking toward the future. I think Kamala and Waltz are going to be a good team. And I think that not only are they going to talk about and proceed to implement the kind of public policy that has been missing for far too long. Much of it Biden had started. I've got to give him credit for it. And they're going to carry on. When they talk about increasing teacher pay, it should have been done 50 years ago.
Right.
I mean, can you believe we're asking them to educate our children and we don't pay them a decent salary? When they talk about creating more affordable housing, when they talk about rent, we talk about home ownership a lot, but not everybody wants to or can own, but they've got to rent. And everybody's been saying for years, the rent is too damn high. And so I think we're going to talk about what we can do and what can be done now to put a cap on rents so that people won't end up basically taking more than 30% of their income, the homeless on the street. Again, I believe that we're moving in the right direction, and I'm looking forward to it. All right, thank you.
I appreciate
it. Thank you so much.
We want to thank you for holding that torch.
Thank you.
Thank
I told
you.
y'all this is the blackest show this convention. I told y'all that.
We
I appreciate it.
Holding the torch up.
All right, y'all. Former Mayor of Atlanta, Keisha Lance Bottoms, coming here dressed like an AKA.
That's because we look good in every color.
So what happened? You and the Congresswoman, y'all got together and said make it a pink night on Tuesday?
Well, I mean, I'm trying to honor the moment, but Deltas have been a part of making history for a very long time. So the least I could do is give a little love to the AKAs.
Let's talk about this campaign. 77 days, a lot of work to do. How do you see leaving here, this campaign unfurling, if you will, and going to the next level?
This is great momentum, and I'm so excited about the momentum. That's a period on that sentence. At the end of the day, if we don't get out and vote, then we would have just had a great time this week. So it's going to be important for every single person here, every community that's represented here, for us to go out and magnify the energy that we are feeling in this place, because the energy is real, but we have so many people getting information not through traditional news. I mean, your great show is a prime example of that. People getting their information in so many different ways. We got to do it the old-fashioned way. We got to knock on doors. We got to call people. We got to talk to them in the barbershop, the hair salon. We got to hit them on YouTube. We got to hit them on social media and remind people that this is not a done deal. It's far from a done deal, and there's still a lot of work to be done in a short period of time.
So 5 years ago, we were sitting next to each other at Texas Southern University. Vice President, then Senator Kamala Harris was on that stage. And we had our running commentary about everybody on that stage that particular night, which was pretty funny. It's been a long 5 years. A lot has changed.
I wish that I could say some of the things that we discussed that night, but I'm not gonna open my mouth. But that was a great night, and you're right. A lot has changed for us to be here in this incredible moment. And this election cycle could not have been scripted. It is beyond anything that any of us could have ever have imagined. But the big day is still the big day.
Yep.
So for all of the changes and ups and downs and uncertainty that we've had, we still have this opportunity to put this great exclamation point on this season in November. And I can tell you, I don't miss going through that debate season. So I'm okay not to have to sit through another debate this season with however many people were on stage in Texas that night.
Well, now the only debate that's going to matter, which is going to be hugely important, is September 10th.
Absolutely. It's going to be extremely important, and we have seen our vice president in action. I mean, she was made for this moment, and what I love about her as a candidate, she is continuing to rise and to fill this moment with her presence in a way that only a superstar like her could do. And I use the word superstar. By that, I mean this very accomplished woman who's a district attorney, who served as the state attorney general, who served as a senator, who served us as so well as vice president. And she's continuing to rise and shine. So I cannot wait to see her on that stage with Donald Trump, because he's afraid of her, right?
Of course. Well, first of all, he's afraid of anybody who's going to call him a liar.
Absolutely. That's what happens to bullies. When they get punched in the mouth, they run and hide.
All right. Looking forward to it. Always good to see you.
Well, I hope everybody knows you have the best set location in the entire arena.
Like I said, when you know folk, so like I told them last night, so of course the VIP entrance, y'all, is right here. So they got to come here and they got to go out. So I can just snatch them right here. Last night when the speakers were over, I was kind of like, hey, get over here. I was just grabbing folks.
Well, you know what? I wanted to join you last night, but I told your producer one of my eyelashes was hanging on by a thread. So I didn't want to be talked about. So hopefully I got my eyelashes still on right now.
You're good.
All right. Thank you for having me.
I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
All right.
Congresswoman Scott, good to see you, Frat. How much does it irk you when you hear Donald Trump and Tim Scott talking about all the HBCU money Trump sent black folks' way?
Well, I know when I was chairman, most of the money people are bragging about came during my chairmanship. What Trump is bragging about, what Biden is bragging about, and we were able to direct a significant sum of money to HBCUs to make sure they could fulfill their mission. We were very proud of that record. It was over $6 billion, which is about $60 million per school on average. Florida A&M and some of the larger schools got a lot more, but some got $100 million, like Norfolk State and Hampton in my district. So we did extremely well for HBCU funding while I was chairman.
Well, and the reason I bring that up because, want to take credit, but it wasn't like he was driving that. And they love talking about this $250 million program. Oh, I guaranteed HBCU funding forever. And I'm going, first of all, as Dr. Walter Kimbrough has broken down, Trump's budget zeroed that program out.
Well, I think we can, if he's going to take credit for it, let's all agree that it ought to take place and stop zeroing it out. Stop the Project 2025 cuts in education. Project 2025 eliminates a lot of funding for college, paying off college loans, the forgiveness programs.
Oh, they're totally against it. They want to get rid of the Department of Education.
Which means people can't go to college. If you can't go to college, HBCUs won't be getting any tuition. And so there are a lot of things that they're doing that are adverse to the interest of students attending HBCUs. But we need to make sure that we continue the funding. And next year, I'm sure that we'll have robust funding for HBCUs. And one of the things we have to do is to make sure that they use the funding to increase their endowments, because there'll be ups and downs. And if you don't have a significant endowment, the downs could knock you out. As a matter of fact, a lot of the schools would have gone bankrupt if we hadn't stepped up during the COVID period with significant funding.
You're in Virginia, a crucial state for Democrats. Republicans won with Glenn Youngkin as the governor. What is Virginia looking like for Harris Walls?
Well, Joe Biden had eroded, his lead had eroded, and he was actually underwater when he dropped out. But since Kamala Harris has become the nominee, the numbers have looked much better, and all of the polls now are showing her with a clear lead in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And we expect we expect that lead to increase. The momentum is going in that direction. And so we're very confident that Virginia will be in the Democratic column.
Are you seeing a really energized and mobilized black vote, black community there in Virginia?
We've seen the motivation all over the areas. In the red areas, Democratic committees had never seen a volunteer. They're saying volunteers are pouring into those areas. So it's all over the state, and in the black community, we're seeing significant activity. So the city committees, we have a monthly breakfast in Norfolk. The attendance at that in the last month or two is significantly higher than it's ever been, and so we're optimistic that we can channel this enthusiasm into actually getting out the vote.
All right, then. Well, Congressman, it's always good to see you. Keep up the great work. And it's 77 days. Got to put the work in.
We got to put it in. It'll make a difference. Just that, tell people to read Project 2025, and that'll convince them that they got to get on board and make sure that thing doesn't happen.
All right. We appreciate it.
Good.
All right, Fred. Thanks a lot.
All right. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
All right.
All right, folks. We're going to now bring up Ashanti Goler. She's going to step on up, chat with her. Lots of activity, as you see. Folks are coming to the convention hall. And so we're going to now focus on this. How you doing? Step up right there. Just grab the microphone. Great. Ashanti is president of Emerge America. So folks who don't know, what is Emerge America?
Emerge is the nation's premier organization that is changing the face of politics in this country. Our organization actually came out of Vice President Harris's first race for DA. Our co-founders were friends with her, and they looked around and realized there wasn't a great organization to teach women how to run for office, and thus we emerged.
So you're focused women running for office?
On women running for office. We do that in-depth candidate training, and we demystify what it takes, but we also give them an ongoing network of support.
And so you got that piece. How are you mobilizing and organizing women voters?
We are really excited because we have so many dynamic candidates up and down the ballot, and we know that they're going to be exciting candidates. We've seen these past few cycles where our alums are getting elected because people see those people from the community who look like them, who share their values, who are going to work for them. So when you have great candidates on the ballot, that automatically mobilizes voters.
Are you also seeing post-Dobbs decision and with Vice President Kamala Harris on, are you seeing those same women significantly not only volunteering but giving more?
Absolutely. They are volunteering, they are donating, and they're also stepping up to run for office. We saw a huge uptick after the Dobbs decision with so many women who knew that they wanted to run for office. But I love the fact that there was a lot of young women after the Dobbs decision who knew that they were going to have to be in elected office and pass legislation in order for us to build back something better than Roe.
One of the things that, again, when you start examining the races, you start looking at key places. Are there specific states that you are targeting, that you're looking at?
Yes, we're really excited about Arizona. Governor Katie Hobbs, she is an Emerge alum. Her and our other alums, they were the ones who got that 1864 abortion ban overturned. We have alums who are running for the state house in Pennsylvania. We know that that's always a state that we have to pay attention to. And even at the federal level, I'm looking at Oregon. Oregon has 6 congressional districts. We have Emerge alums that are the Democratic nominee in 4 out of those 6.
Oh, look, sounds good. Last question. In terms of what are you seeing in terms of black women running? The reality is many black women do not get the level of support as white women.
Yeah.
What is happening there?
Yeah. At Emerge, we have a focus on the new American majority, and that includes black women. We have seen a huge uptick in black women running, but we even have a program called Seated Together that is focused on black women elected officials who want to run for higher office. So for us, it's not just those black women who are looking to run for the first time. It's those black women who are elected. We want to make sure that they move up the ladder.
All right, then. Well, Shanti, we certainly appreciate it. Thanks a bunch. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot.
Bye.
Joining us right now, y'all, is my Congresswoman, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. She's been running around here. I think she's been busier than Jaime Harrison at the convention. Every time I see her, she like, ooh, child.
That's the feeling.
So this has been your first convention as a member of Congress?
It's my first convention ever.
Ever?
Yes. My first convention ever, and I came as a member of Congress, and I also delivered a speech. Yeah.
So you riding high?
I don't know about that. It's more overwhelming than anything.
Right.
You know, like, I'm really a Netflix and chill girl. So to have to come and deal with the big crowd all the time is a lot. But listen, I love the people. I love the work. I love the energy. And so I am looking forward to us being victorious in November, because I really believe that what people will find out from this convention is, number one, our bench is deep, but number two, that we can do this if we pull together. And number three, that there's still work to be done. You can't just rest on your laurels of excitement. You've got to decide that you're going to transfer that excitement and make sure that we actually get this done.
When you look at the ratings, ratings came out, and this is just television ratings. Day 2, 20.572 million. Night 2 of the Republican National Convention was 14.8 million. And so Dems beat them on night 1, beat them on night 2.
Tonight, and it's going down tonight.
Tonight is going to be lit.
Yes.
Of course, you got Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, but you got the queen, longtime queen of Chicago, Oprah. You got John Legend, Sheila E. doing a Prince tribute. You got Stevie Wonder, and you then you got the closer, President Bill Clinton.
Yeah, we've got him. We've got Governor Wes Moore. Let's make sure we give him his flowers. For those that don't know who Wes Moore is, they're about to find out.
Yeah, he reminds me of that
Governor
always.
Wes Moore is like it. If anybody thought I did a halfway decent speech, just wait until he gets up and delivers. He is a powerful speaker, as well as he is a powerful leader. So I think that's going to be great. You've got Hakeem Jeffries. We know that Hakeem Jeffries, when he takes the stage, he knows how to slay a good Republican.
And you know he gonna reference Biggie. you know, if you gonna do some alliteration, he gonna drop some Biggie. He gonna drop some rap lines.
He's a real lyricist, like for real. I mean, he actually went to high school with a bunch of those guys. I don't know if it was Vic, but he went to the same high school as a bunch of like New York rappers. Like he's for real lyricist. And if y'all Google, y'all can actually find him on YouTube, like randomly freestyling at some random party. Like he for real. So Hakeem, like he's legit. Like I am not.
He's a cipher.
He's a good Kappa man too. A good Kappa man.
Listen, so Hakeem will be great.
I'm gonna check to see if he's financial.
I'm sure you gotta be. But no, Hakeem will be great. So it will be a high energy night all around, from the speakers to the music. I am really, really looking forward to tonight. And the thing is, when the Queen herself steps in tomorrow, that it has to go to the next level. So the crazy part is that tonight is going to be so amazing, but tomorrow is going to be even crazier.
Yeah. But I thought last night was so lit by being here and then having a sold-out arena in Milwaukee.
Yeah. Like this, exactly.
We sold out in Chicago, and we filled it in Milwaukee.
Right, exactly. No, but I think that what the American people need to see is somebody who's not taking this race for granted, and somebody who's saying, listen, I am going to stay in these streets. Like, great, we got the convention, I'm going to pop through when I can, but I still got to go and take my message to the people.
And the reason Milwaukee is important, because in 2022, there was a 50,000 voter drop-off in Milwaukee alone. Had those folks who voted in 2020 voted in 2022, Mandela Barnes is a United States Senator, because he lost by 26,000 votes. And so that's what folk have to understand. So when we say every vote matters, there's a MAGA Senator, Ron Johnson, who was one of the conspirators on January 6th. He got reelected because folks stayed at home.
Yeah, no, Mandela Barnes is an amazing person. He was an amazing candidate. This was someone who had won statewide before. So we knew that it could happen. I mean, this was their lieutenant governor at one point in time.
But you have to work it. And see, and that's the thing that, he gets mad at me because I had activists on by saying, they didn't hear from the campaign. And what I keep saying is, you cannot assume folk will turn out.
No.
I mean, you have got to work it.
Yeah, no, I mean, and that's what we're seeing. We're seeing a team that not only is better for us, not only has the credentials, but also who is not afraid to work. I mean, here's the reality. Forget what anybody says. Do you want the person that's always showing up in your face saying, hey, I'm here for you, what you need? Or do you want the person that ain't never showing up? I mean, which one will really deliver for you? The one that comes and talks to you, or the one that is actually like, well, let me get on my little own bootleg social media and let me send out a message.
And if he does come, he talking about his ragged ass gold sneakers and stuff like that.
Or his bootleg Bibles.
Right.
Or crowd sizes.
Did he get a licensing fee for the Bible?
Right. Yes, he loves to talk about size. Barack Obama reminded us last night.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of pettiness last night.
Yes, there was. And I was here for it.
As the king of petty, I stamp every piece of petty.
Absolutely, I was here for it. Listen, people want to see that we can deliver a punch. And listen, these are great punching bags. I mean, they give us a lot of material. From J.D. Vance to Trump, we've got a lot of things that we can hit them on.
But I want you to
hit them.
I want you to hold it right there, because that's one of the reasons that so many people have responded to you, is because in these settings, the problem I've always said about Democrats want to play by a set of rules, want to be nice, want to be cordial, want to be, my colleague, or whatever, all the phrases they use. So when you punch back, folks are like, damn, that's what I'm saying. Somebody who's not going to sit there and play nice, and stuff goes viral. And so is that what you hear from people when you're traveling around the country? They're like, thank you for swinging on folks?
Yeah. They absolutely love that I'm hitting back. They absolutely feel like you know, it's almost a release, especially when I went off on Marjorie, because like she deserved to be dragged a long time ago.
No.
Right?
She
And-
extra ignorant.
Absolutely. And it's like she continuously rises and raises money and does all this stuff, and it's all on bullying other people. And people really like the person that is supposed to be the victim coming back and punching a bully out. And so that's what they saw. But I think they also see in me someone that is not going to let them trample on who they are. You know, when they try to come after us and act like we not anything because we're diverse, because we black, because we women, and I stand up for myself and say, no, let me tell you something. You are the one that got here by virtue of whoever your mama or daddy, or just the fact that you had money. I'm the one that had to work to get here. I had to work 10 times as hard to get here, because that is the story of being black in America. And so what you won't do is act like I'm lazy. What you won't do is act like I'm unqualified. Because if we're really going to look at the resumes, I can always tell you that my resume will look so much better,
right,
and stand so much stronger than yours any day of the week.
What do you say to that person who's watching, who's listening, or there's someone who's watching and listening who will vote, but they got folk in their family, they got friends who are really looking at the couch? What do you say specifically to them?
Well, if you're looking to vote and you've decided that you're going to, then you need to tell your story. You need to talk to your family, your friends, explain, this is the reason that I'm going to vote. I'm going to tell you this. When I go out and I talk to people on the trail, I'm still talking about Project 2025. Now, they don't want you to talk about it no more. They done run scared away from it because it's just that bad. But what I tell people all the time is this. I say, I'm not asking you to read 1,000 pages. What I'm asking you to do is use the Google, use whatever. But what you need to do is figure out what is the one issue that matters most to you. Whether it's the economy, whether it's housing, whether it's voting rights, whether it's jobs, whether it's the climate. Find just whatever your one issue is. Google that issue plus Project 2025. And if Project 2025 got something in there that you think is nice, then you know what to do. If you think it's terrible, then that is your reason to vote.
Real quick, I'm going to take a question from Rebecca, then Scott. You got 45 seconds, question and answer, because she got to go, because you know, she be popularity around here. You know, she the belle of the ball.
Y'all, it is terrible being his representative. I just want to put that out there.
It's absolutely great. Because with me, I bring people with me. I bring workers with me. Mama and daddy are watching, and they are workers.
I do love his parents. Him.
Well, they made me.
Right.
Does he ask you for a lot of stuff as part of his your constituency?
But I will tell you, now y'all know Roland talk a lot of shit all the time. Now y'all know this because you watch him, okay? Considering that, listen, when you're his representative and you're a me, he gonna talk his shit to me. So if he got an issue, he knows exactly how to reach me, and he gonna text me and tell me about his issues. And I'm just like, oh my God, I'm a freshman, but it don't matter. He like, you a card-carrying member of Congress. I'm about to lay this out for you. And so I get lots of complaints. The rest of y'all need to find y'all members' telephone number and start hitting them up. Because listen, it ain't no difference. His vote count just like everybody else's vote. So y'all need to start finding them and wearing the shit out of them too.
And y'all, it ain't personal. Because Eddie Bernice Johnson got the same treat.
Oh, gosh. Okay, so I work with about 4.6 million students across 10 battleground states. What is your message to them? Why should they vote?
Listen, first of all, I'm relying on y'all to save this country. I'm going to be honest. Because what I find from young people is that they are empathetic. You actually care about the environment. You care about gun safety because you are growing up in a generation where when you go to school, you've had to do active shooter drills. That's some stuff that none of us sitting up here ever had to do. We did tornado drills and we had fire drills. And that's really
we did nuclear bomb drills. I'm like, what the hell was that?
Okay, I did not do that.
Go in the hallway, put your head down. Oh, that was going to stop it.
But the point is, actually, when I first swore into Congress and we went through an orientation. They took us to Harvard, and one of the guys that presented to us talked to us about the mindset of Gen Z. And I never really realized how much trauma your generation is struggling with, because everything you've lived through, I've lived through it too. The difference is it's been the totality of your existence. And so I want you to understand that as someone who served on a mental health board, had to give it up to run for office, that we also need to make those investments. And I am here to do that for you as well. And so, you know, there's only one team that cares about whether or not you will have access over your body and be able to make decisions. There's only one team that cares about gun safety. Only one team that cares about climate. Only one team that cares about making sure that you can actually buy a home. Only one team that cares about making sure you can afford that college degree. And if you don't want to go to college, making sure that you have all the tools that you need to go to that trade school. So, I mean, it's very clear. There's only one team that's fighting for you. We are doing best amongst young folk, to be honest. And so that's why we need y'all to show up more than anybody.
Before I go to Scott, Max Siegel, y'all record-breaking, first of all, CEO, U.S. Track and Field. Y'all killed it at the Olympics. It was awesome.
Well, thank you,
and
man.
Texas represented?
Texas did represent.
Texas 30
but,
specifically.
Hey, Roland, let me know how we can improve.
Lewis let you know how you can improve.
Man, it's so good to be here. Good to see you.
I just want to give you a shout out for what y'all did at the Olympics in Paris.
Yes,
so, brother, good to see you.
And I was there, and it was amazing to see it in person. I was there Friday and Saturday for the gold medal rounds.
Listen, that team was incredible. So we're excited about it. So thank you guys for the support. Glad to be here.
Absolutely.
And so I need to be hooked up with some credentials for L.A.
We got you.
Okay, cool.
I
ain't afraid to ask.
He done got him on tape, too.
I ain't afraid to ask. Scott, go. Appreciate it, Max. Appreciate it.
Congresswoman, I don't think the results are going to be determined on November 5th or whatever general election day is. I also think that the 70-plus electors that are election deniers in swing states and red states are going to act up, if you will. As someone who chairs the NBA PAC, like myself, lawyers are writing checks to our PAC, but they're also asking what else they can do. Do you agree that this isn't going to be over on November 5th? But more importantly, what should lawyers, particularly black lawyers, be ready for to stand guard between chaos and community?
Legal warfare.
Yeah, no. So my good friend Nick Pittman is trying to do a tour right now where he's trying to recruit lawyers to come into the fold to make sure that we're doing election protection efforts. And so we are having to invest more heavily in election protection, as well as start to go to court right now on different random bootleg laws that we see coming out of states like Georgia. Ahead of it. So hopefully, I absolutely believe we can get election results on November 5th. But I think that it's one of the reasons we're stressing that we have to overperform. We have to stretch ourselves. Right. We can't just be on the fringes. We got to beat the dog shit out of these motherfuckers. I'm just saying.
The show unfiltered.
I'm just saying. I mean, that's what it's got to be, because it's just that deep, because that's how they are trying to beat us with their policies.
Right.
You know, you only get maybe whatever viral moments and things like that. What y'all don't get is all the stuff that we kill. What y'all don't get is all the stuff that they are bringing. And for anybody that is concerned about the war, I just want to be clear. I would actually question your humanity if you weren't concerned about the war. Anybody that is human should actually feel something every time somebody dies, whether it is abroad or here on our streets at home. But let me be clear. These Republicans have the audacity to go on the House floor and say things such as, just nuke them, talking about Gaza. So as I know that this decision is rough, I don't know exactly how the former First Lady characterized it yesterday, but we are not looking for perfection. We are looking for someone who is seeking perfection, because we have no perfection walking on this earth. So stop looking for the perfect candidate, because I got news for you. There will never be a perfect candidate. Right. And as many people love me, I promise you, I got plenty of them that hate me. There is no such thing as perfection, but we got to stand together and say, you know what? At least we check this box, this box, this box, and that one. And we got to show up and show them who's boss and who the power belongs to. And the power has always belonged to the people. It's just that we act like we want to recede and cede that power to them. And that's on us. So let's make it about us and show up.
So if you need the Cliff Note version, we gotta beat the dog shit out these motherfuckers. Is that what I just heard?
Not from me.
We got it on tape. Appreciate it. Thanks so much. Always good to see you.
Thank you.
Linda Carr runs Higher Heights. She joins us right now. What's happening?
I don't know. We're about to make some history.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Y'all were created to help black women get elected. This election come November is the ultimate of your goal.
Well, this was when we started this in a Brooklyn cafe in 2011. This was our North Star. And very early on in our organizing, we believed that Kamala Harris was the shooting star.
And the thing here, obviously, so many things transpired to get to this point. But I keep making this point to everybody who's watching. It was black folk who held the line for 23 days after the June 27th debate. Because a lot of folk were trying to skip over Vice President Kamala Harris. It was a Congressional Black Caucus. It was that letter written by 1,400 plus black women. It was the black sisters and the brothers in the DNC who understood the rules. And that was a line. People need to understand they were trying to break that black solidarity. And only one black member of Congress, Mark Vesey of Texas, broke with the CBC. And if it was not for that black solidarity, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about Vice President Kamala Harris as a nominee.
You would have a bunch of angry black women at this convention.
Right. And brothers.
But you have to actually go back to the organizing efforts from 2017. So if you remember, black women wrote a letter to the then chair of the Democratic National Convention, Tom Perez. I sat in a cafe and helped to pin that. That turned into a series of conversations and meetings. We now have more black vendors in the DNC. I know Roland's going to be like, but we need more. But
always need more.
But the progress we've made, that in this moment where there was an opportunity to elevate Kamala Harris, you had the co-chair of the Rules Committee was a black woman, the chair of the convention was a black woman, the chair of the Brooklyn of the Black Caucus is a black woman, the chair of the Women's Caucus is a black woman. Black women, the political director at the DNC is a black woman. Black women were in formation along with our brothers, Jaime Harrison, to actually usher this in. In 2014, there was only 31 black women serving in the Congressional Black Caucus. We now have, sorry, I did that wrong. In 2014, there were 18 black women serving in Congress. We now have 31.
Yeah.
If you add in the entire Congressional Black Caucus, it's the largest black caucus in our history.
Yeah.
And so black men and black women are in formation as a time as this, including the black-led political organizations like Higher Heights, Collective PAC, Black PAC, Black Voters Matter. We have now grown the bench of black-led political organizations for a time as this.
Rebecca.
Thank you so much for being here. Can you talk more what it means to have the financial early investment in black candidates, not just black women, but black candidates across the board? What does that look like? How is it helpful? How does it get the national party's attention?
Yep. The work that we've done over the last 10 years has grown the number of black women running for office. Over the last 2 cycles, we've actually seen black candidates be competitive in fundraising. Kamala Harris has raised $300 million in less than 30 days. And that money has actually come from black communities. Now, the question is, beyond this election cycle, us taking our economic might and turning it into political economic stewardship. And when you do that, they can organize their campaigns, they can hire staff very early, they can hire consultants, they can hire media. And so we're in a next phase of our political power and our political leadership, and it is using our financial resources to back candidates that we inspire.
Scott?
I think I'm a former party chair for the D.C., and I'm shocked that the party coalesced as quickly as they did. Not only were black men and women in line in formation, but the DNC got in formation. They weren't in formation. They got in formation. Does that ultimately surprise you? And the fight continues because there were several people who thought they wanted to have many primaries.
Not several.
No?
Not several. A lot more than several.
Well, it was reported. One way
No,
or
it
the
wasn't
other.
reported. You even had
It was
President.
what?
You had President Barack Obama who talked about an open convention.
Yep.
You had Nancy Pelosi talk about an open convention, and they got threatened with a civil war. That's what happened. No, they got threatened, straight up said, y'all.
Yep.
Every black person said, y'all do this, you're gonna trigger in every one of us what we've all experienced. When you experience and somebody white jump over you.
Yeah, they weren't going to take us for granted this time, and they weren't going to skip over her. So, what does that tell us about the Democratic Party, though, and the work ahead of us, notwithstanding where we are right now with the movement and the energy?
Well, the 3 tweets that changed this election cycle, right? Part of the magic of this moment, Joe Biden, I had been having quiet meetings about preparing for a Kamala Harris presidency before 2028. Little did we know that it was going to be this immediate. People didn't believe that America would coalesce around one of the most qualified black women, right? She has run and won on every level of government. And so I think Joe Biden's legacy was always going to be elevating her to be president.
Yeah.
And so when he made that quiet decision, which is part of it, right, is that tweet came out of nowhere for most people. So people couldn't organize because it was tweet 1, I'm out. Tweet, then we were, black women were like, okay, you just said you out.
Yeah.
And then that second tweet that said, I'm putting her in.
That's right.
And then everyone's waiting, okay, well, we got a hold because she ain't said anything. They couldn't organize against her because it was so quick.
Right.
And then you have a call with 42,000 black women that night. Like the roll call moved so quick they couldn't do anything.
Here's the reality. We're in Chicago. 1968 was the first time they had integrated delegations. The reality is it's here. Dr. King always talked about America be true to what you put on paper. The reality is that it has been black people that has forced this nation to be true to what it put on paper. It is black people that have forced this party to understand that be true to what you put on paper. And so this is what I'm always trying to explain to folk when they're complaining about Democrats this, Democrats that. You got to use the leverage and the power and influence every way possible, every single day.
Shirley, in my office, my home office, I have a picture and a quote of Shirley Chisholm who said, I have faith in America. And so I certainly many times go like, Shirley, I don't know, this faith in America, I don't know. But here's a woman, 52 years to this month, boldly came to her convention in Florida vying for a space for us. This is, Kamala Harris is part of the Chisholm effect, right? The architecture of this moment is based on the Fannie Lou Hamers who held the party accountable, the Shirley Chisholms who pushed the party to think big. And then when Kamala Harris steps off the stage tomorrow, we are going to be talking about the Kamala Harris effect. You will see more women, more black women, more candidates of color running in 2025. She's only going to be as strong as the candidates that we helped get elected for there to be a House of Representatives and a U.S. Senate and state legislatures across this country. So black people, we need to be engaged from the top of the ticket all the way down.
We also got to remember, 72, there were black men that would not support Shirley Chisholm. When they had the black political convention in Gary, that they didn't support her. But we also got to remember one of the folks who was there in Gary, Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr., when he ran for president, the sisters that you see who are in power right now, the conduit was Reverend Jackson working on his campaign. And so that's important because you have black men who understood as well, use their leverage and power. And so whether you're Mignon, whether you're Donna, whether you're Leah, and the list goes on, Reverend positioned them. They pave the way for the next generation of sisters. And if you are a middle-aged or younger African-American brother or sister in the party, you damn well owe it to them to make sure you are creating spaces for the next folks.
Absolutely. They've created spaces for us. Lottie Shackelford, who is the chair of the Women's Caucus. Most people don't know she is the first black woman to serve as a mayor of a top 100 city, which was Little Rock, Arkansas. Right? She was a mother, a PTA president who wanted her voice to be heard.
Yeah, that was former Congressman Harold Ford walking in with his Fox News crew. Go ahead.
And so black women have been the architects of this modern day democracy.
Absolutely. Well, Glenda, we appreciate it. We got, 76 days left?
76 days, a lot of work. This is such a short runway. Most presidential candidates are running for more than a year and a half to 2 years. So we have 76 days to pull this together. So yes, the party will have operations. Her campaign will have an operation. It is actually about the organizing power of black women. You know that when you fire us up, we don't go to the polls alone. We bring our house, our block, our church, our sorority, and our union. And that is the work over the next 76 days, to make phone calls, to text, and to knock on doors.
And get out the vote. It's time to get to work. Linda, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Joining us right now, Yolanda Jones. Look, I'm just being straight up, okay? She was not supportive, and she was one of the people who was trying to kneecap her, and that's just straight up. So she ain't getting no love here. Yolanda Jones, state representative in Texas. Jones is right now also attorney there in Houston. My man Ellie Mistel, justice correspondent with The Nation. Rebecca Carruthers, Fair Election Center. I'm glad to have all three of you here. And I'm going to go ahead and just stay on that point.
Oh, no.
I'm going to say that because here's the deal. Rebecca, I'm going to start with you. It's a fact. There were individuals like Nancy Pelosi who were talking about an open convention, was trying to skip over Vice President Kamala Harris. It was abundantly clear, and it was black people who said, no, y'all are not going to sit here and do that white game that black people have experienced all of our lives when we got skipped over by a less qualified white person.
So that part, when we are qualified, but we're still intentionally skipped over, we've had enough. Whether you're a black man, you're a black woman, we're not dealing with that in 2024. The other thing is, I have to shout out someone of the RMU family, Reese Colbert. If it wasn't for the work she did in 2018, 2019 to really raise the national narrative on Kamala Harris, then we wouldn't be here now. We wouldn't be talking about her. She would not be the nominee for the Democratic Party, because we also knew in 2018 people wanted to dismiss Kamala Harris. 2019 they wanted to dismiss her. They wanted her to be an also ran instead of a major component in the 2020 cycle. So there's a lot of work, a lot of grassroots work, and if it wasn't for black people collectively raising their voices, we wouldn't be here tonight.
Elliot, wasn't just dismissed. There were Democrats who on several occasions literally went to President Joe Biden and said, remove her from the ticket. One of the folks who was in the room told me, and Joe Biden said, hell no. Joe Biden, look, it's a very interesting relationship with him and President Obama. Joe Biden wasn't happy about getting pushed aside when Obama endorsed Hillary Clinton president in 2016. But here's the other thing that if people need to understand the dynamics here, that Joe Biden was the only person who was standing in the way for, one, her being on the ticket or off, and then also her being in this position. Because if he doesn't endorse, and then if he doesn't make phone calls on her behalf, then she doesn't lock up the nomination that quickly.
Well, there are two things in play here, right? And the first is, if we're just going to talk as adults here, the people who pushed Joe Biden out were not black people, were not progressive people. It was the rich donor class of this party that pushed that man over the ledge, right? That was their plan. So now you've got these rich donor people who are already engorged with power and thinking that they call the shots. And all the people that you're talking about, Nancy Pelosi included, who is, let's give her flowers. She is one of the toughest, smartest, and most effective politicians ever. She is probably the most effective Speaker of the House ever. And so what was the one thing in her potential plan to push Kamala Harris out? What was the one thing that Nancy Pelosi did not predict? That one thing, Biden endorsing that day. Pelosi and the rest of them, they thought they had more time. They thought they were going to have 24, 48 hours to organize their thing. And Joe Biden said, you ain't got no 15 minutes to organize your stuff. And so you always have to give, I think history will give Biden credit for that, because it was Biden that took away the time that other rich, white, wealthy donors thought they were going to have to play around, and just put it right on Kamala Harris. And at that point, the movement to get her off the ticket fizzles in its crib.
No, absolutely. So, a lot of influencers here. All around, some 200 influencers the Democrats have brought in here. I see this brother's video. He came over, he wanted a photo. And I saw it earlier. He was jamming up Mike Lindell. Actually, he's been kicking butt all over the place. Noah, what's your last name?
Noah, on social media, Noah's taken.
Where you from?
I'm from Georgia.
Georgia? Where in Georgia?
Atlanta.
Atlanta. So how long you been doing media stuff?
I've been doing media since 2022. Stacey Abrams running.
Okay. And where does your stuff run?
My stuff's run all over Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok.
Got it. And what kind of work you been doing here?
I've been doing some interviews. I interviewed Dean Phillips. I interviewed racist Charlie Kirk. I interviewed Mike Lindell earlier.
My man!
I interviewed Mike Lindell earlier. It's been great.
Gotcha. So the Mike Lindell video, he was trying to get in your face, and you were giving it back to him.
He was trying to get all up in my face. I had to push him back a little.
I see you, little man.
So what inspired you to do this media work?
It's mainly because of the importance of the election, and I appreciate you for all you do, fact-checking folks and stuff. And it's the importance of electing Kamala Harris. In this election, you get a 2-in-1 deal. You get to defeat Donald Trump, and you get a good policymaker.
Absolutely.
All right.
See? Oh, no.
All right.
I've been checking out his videos, and you've been killing the game.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
How old are you?
I'm 12.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So where do you find the time in between school and your media work?
So I'm homeschooled, so I get a little bit more time. So usually when I'm on the Zoom, I'll get the work done fine, and then I'll do my tweets and do what I do.
Gotcha. What else? So what's the next step? What do you want to do? What do you want to do next in the media?
Yeah, depending on the outcome of the election, how everything goes, I plan to be around for a little while.
Right. In terms of what? Do you want to do a show? Do you want to really do?
So I'm trying to start a podcast. I just can't find a name. I have the equipment and everything ready. I just can't find the name.
Okay. Where's the podcast going to run?
Where's the podcast? YouTube. I'm gonna have a Patreon set up. I'm gonna do lives on Twitter like you do, and Instagram, of course.
Gotcha. So So what? Is your man over there shooting? Is he with you?
That's my friend there. Yeah.
That's your friend?
Yep.
Gotcha. You come over here and shoot. So he's shooting stuff for you?
Yeah. Yep. He's been. I had Dutch News follow me around the whole stadium. The police had to push him back a little bit, but they were following me around. I was happy to interview them.
Your parents cool with all this media stuff?
They're cool with all the media stuff. They love you too.
Are they here?
They're here.
Where are they?
They want to go get some chicken.
Yeah. Now, trust me, I'm gonna be sending my guy Deshaun to go get me some as well. That's been my meal for the last 3 days.
Right, they got some good chicken over here.
Absolutely. So you want to do the podcast, and so how about this here? What if I gave you a show on the Black Star Network?
I would be honored. I would love that.
I'm serious.
Seriously, I would be honored. I would accept.
No, I own the network.
I understand.
Ro doesn't play.
And I would be honored. I would love that.
All right, so what we'll do is we're going to talk about it.
I'll take you up on that.
No, absolutely.
All right. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
No, I'm serious.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, absolutely. the name ain't a problem. We ain't worried about that.
Right. Because you came up with your name, and it's pretty brilliant.
Yep. Came up, made it easier, and then also the Black Star Network name came from that was a cruise ship of Marcus Garvey, and of course the Black Star Gate that's in Accra, Ghana.
Right. Wow, I didn't know that.
Yep, that's where it comes from. All right, you're going to answer some questions. Rebecca, you first.
Okay. So if you were able to vote in this election, who would you cast your ballot for?
Absolutely, Kamala Harris. No third party because they have no chance of winning. It would only split my vote. Donald Trump because he's Donald Trump. And so Kamala Harris with the best policy platform.
Come on, Noah.
Boom. My question. What's your most important policy right now?
My most important policy right now is keeping, first of all, the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act, which is so critical. And we've seen a lot of pro-black legislation out of the Biden-Harris administration. Right now, I would love to see her raise the minimum wage for our workers.
Jolanda?
I love that too.
Yeah.
So my question to you is, how are young people feeling about being educated on politics based on what they learned from you?
Yeah, so they usually have my cousins especially have a better time listening to me than listening to the aunties, but it'll be very helpful if I could get on your show and spread the word for other young people to get the message out how important it is.
Well, that's going to happen. So we're going to work on that. And then I can show you all the tricks of the trade and help you advance in what you're doing.
Thank you, sir. I'm honored. Thank you.
So I've already sent you, and your phone is dead. So the first rule, always have some backup juice with you, because you cannot have your phone die, Noah.
That's right. I know you probably never have a dead phone.
No, because I got 5 bricks. I'm always have juice with 2 phones.
Right, you're gonna have the juice and you're gonna have the platform as well.
Absolutely. So you're gonna do this here, Noah. You're gonna put your information in my phone, all right. And then. No, we know. I ain't got to ask nobody. I own it. So
and look, and he's telling the public.
You're gonna put your information.
What he's
you're gonna put your information in. You're gonna put your number in, all right, and put your email. And so when we get Monday, we'll follow up, and then we'll start working on that.
Thank you, sir. I mean it. Thank you.
No, not a problem.
He has, his parents did a great job.
I love your spirit. I love your knowledge, and again, I love your videos.
And then y'all leave a like, subscribe, send him some super chats so he can fund the show.
See?
My man
He
said
gets
like
it.
and subscribe.
Thank you.
He says super chats.
There you go. So Noah, we're gonna follow up, and man, we're gonna make this happen. Thanks for stopping by, my brother. I appreciate it. All right. We'll chat soon. All right. Tell your parents I'll be calling. All right then. Appreciate it. Congresswoman Joyce Beatty.
Hey, Congresswoman, how are you?
Well, thank you.
It was a whole lot of fun tonight.
It was a lot of fun tonight. It was a lot of energy and excitement because we know we're getting ready to send Kamala Harris to the White House. And you saw her vice president. You saw the coach. You saw American values. John Legend, Sheila E. Hakeem Jeffries dropped the mic on it. And I'm going to say Oprah did okay. She was amazing. But really what you saw tonight was people talking truth to power. People are tired of the divisiveness. They want joy. They want freedom, all our freedom. So there's been a constant theme. And this is probably the first time I've seen this type of diversity with unity.
Right.
I mean, we even had Republicans here tonight saying that I'm going to vote for vice president.
Saying you're a patriot.
The former lieutenant governor of Georgia, Jeff Duncan.
Yes, was here. And it's one thing when people say it to some of us, but when they come before 20, 25,000 people and say it on national TV, I think you can take that to the bank.
Here's the most important question for tomorrow. You got your white on right now.
Looking good.
Looking
clean.
Will you be dressed in pink and green tomorrow, even though you are a Delta?
I will not be dressed in pink and green.
I will.
I will be in all white tomorrow. And you may see a little red pendant on it.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'm a
But you know what? But I got D9 love. I got D-line like unity.
Well, see, we were talking about that earlier. We were saying, okay, so all AKs wear they pink and green. But if you're not, wear your white. Women's suffrage is all together.
That's it.
So that's why I had to ask the question.
But let me tell you, I agree with the sister. It's all about the divine nine.
Yep.
And
they about to find out.
We have such a beautiful relationship, and we all stand together. So, I might put a little pink and green on.
Yeah, pink and green ribbon.
In honor of my sorors. And the vice president, is an AK, and I like that. She's part of the Divine Nine.
All right.
If the world don't know, they gon' know.
When you look up there tomorrow, there's going to be so much pink and green that we're not going to know what to do, and that's all right.
All right. Always good to see you. Star Jones.
Star.
What's going on? Star, give us 30 seconds. Well, say it on the mic. Say it on the mic.
Coach Walls is the bomb, okay?
I mean, doesn't he?
Hold on, watch out. Hold on, watch out.
Doesn't,
She taking selfies.
In the middle of the
I need the camera shot, Jolanda. Jolanda, it's a camera. It's a TV show, Jolanda.
okay.
Black is show on TV.
Don't you think that Coach Walz is the kind of neighbor that we all want, that you feel confident in?
For sure.
And having known Kamala Harris.
He bought my lawnmower. He gonna bring it back.
Yeah, you know what, exactly. And he gonna help cut your lawn.
Yeah.
But the deep part about it is I have known Kamala Harris for over 40 years since we were in school. I feel confident that he's gonna have my sister's back.
That's
that
what we were
makes
saying.
you feel really good.
Yeah.
And that's what you need in a vice president. The very first choice that you choose a presidential candidate's judgment on is who he or she picks for the vice presidency.
We discussed it earlier, and I said that everybody kept talking about, well, who can help win a state? I kept telling everybody, no. Who is the nominee most comfortable with?
Because in the trenches, in the Situation Room, when he or she has to make the toughest decision of their lives, to send men and women into battle on behalf of our country, who do you want to sit at your right hand?
Last voice in the room.
Who are you going to depend on? And I feel confident that Tim Walz is that guy.
Gotta ask you this here. Oprah was bringing it tonight.
Well, Oprah bring it all the time. Don't hate the player, y'all.
Hate the game.
I can't wait for tomorrow. My sister gonna bring the fire.
I think I kind of know what you're gonna be wearing tomorrow.
Pink and green.
Oh, she got it already picked out. She got it already picked out.
Those of you, and Mark Morrell will agree with this, those of you who are considering the couch, I need you to understand the couch ain't gonna feed you. The couch ain't gonna supply lunch meals. The couch is not gonna build roads. The couch ain't gonna help you get a house, help you own a home. The couch will do none of that. And if you listen to people, and I heard some of you Negroes out there, you ain't getting enough for that vote. It is a fundamental lie. Anybody who says your vote cannot make a difference is an absolute lie. Mark?
Roland, you're just telling it like it is tonight, brother. It's a powerful night tonight. Hakeem Jeffries did a powerful job.
Mike.
When Oprah came out there, what a surprise. Stevie Wonder, John Legend. Come on.
Lee.
And then Coach Walz, he brought it. He brought himself. He brought his authentic self. So it was a powerful night and a strong night. But you know what? We are going to work precinct by precinct, block by block, house
neighbor
by
by
house,
neighbor.
Neighbor by neighbor, person by person. So we understand that voting is not a me thing. It's not a transaction. It's a we thing. Power comes from we, not me. And our struggle inside of elected or outside of elected has always been a we and us and our. And what we got to do is we got to continue to convey that and remind people that is absolutely the case in this fall's election. So we're going to get momentum. It's a powerful feeling in here. This is our 12th Democratic National Convention, and this one's special.
It's special.
I'm looking forward.
And history tomorrow.
Tomorrow night. Yes, sir. We'll be there.
And I think somewhere Fannie Lou Hamer will be smiling tomorrow night.
Fannie Lou Hamer will be smiling. Shirley Chisholm will be smiling. And many, many, many others. Barbara Jordan.
Barbara Jordan, for sure.
Will be smiling.
Texas legend.
Perrin Mitchell will be smiling. And Adam Clayton Powell will be smiling. And you could go down the roll call of the many pioneers who could never have imagined this day, this kind of convention. So always good, man.
Yes,
keep telling it.
And that's why we're here.
Keep telling it like it is.
That's absolutely it.
We need it for the last word.
Big night is we gonna win in November. Huh? We gonna win in November.
Yeah, but we got to work.
Oh, yeah.
I want you to
last
shout
word.
I want you
Good
to
to see you,
shout
brother.
too.
Great to see you.
Great job,
Hey, Governor.
Thank you, sir.
You did great.
Thank you. I mean, the energy is real.
Congressman Emmanuel Cleave was also a pastor. He said he's going to have to talk to Warnock about these bootleg preachers who are pastors, politicians.
Tell them I agree because I know who they are.
Just your perspective, again, tomorrow, watching history unfold.
That's right. Well, you know, it's powerful because she understands this is going to be a historic moment for her and a historic moment for the country. But the thing that the vice president understands is that's not the assignment. Making history is not the assignment.
Right.
Making history is not going to get what's going to get people to come out and vote.
Hillary made history.
Correct. When understanding the assignment means going out there and making the change that the people are calling for. That's what she's prepared to do. And so I think it's powerful that we're about to watch history being made. It's powerful that in November we will watch history being made, watching our first African-American female being elected president of the United States. But she very much understands that's not the assignment. The assignment is to go out there and make the impact and the difference that everyone believes and knows that she's going to be able to make.
And I got to ask how you are going to feel watching with your own eyes tomorrow night come to life.
I think the night is going to be electric. I'm so excited. We're doing everything we can to get her elected. She has proven her case to the American people. She'll continue to do that. And, you know, the women are here for her. The men are here for her, but more than she needs.
And all I'm saying, Kwame Jackson, don't be shocked if tomorrow, Kwame, you see a A-stroll.
I knew it was going to happen. He brought you over here.
I'm just saying, you might
just to do that to me.
Look. Might see an AKA stroll tomorrow. You might see an Alpha. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you never know.
Kwame's a great brother, but not everyone makes all the right decisions. There is redemption, brother. There is redemption.
It's all good, brother. So proud of you, man. So proud.
Governor, what I keep telling
you were great at the collective.
Well, I'm gonna leave you here soon. What I keep telling the Kappas, without Alpha, they just Kappa aside. That's it.
That's why I love you, man.
Joining us right now, Reverend Dr. William J. Barber, of course, Repairs of the Breach, Poor People's Campaign. They have been doing a lot of stuff here in Chicago, talking about white poverty, talking about poor and low income workers. And Reverend Barber, I was talking with someone with the Harris campaign, and the messaging that you have been talking about, poor and low income workers, that is beginning to be said, but not said enough.
Exactly, but it's being said. You know, one of the things that we have the first black Asian, but the first woman and major presidential candidate to say one of her ideas of freedom is to end child poverty. We haven't heard that before.
Right.
One of her freedoms is to build massive millions of affordable housing. One of her freedoms is that a person has to work only one job. That's a living wage job. So what we're hearing are the right things. And it's a policy rhetoric. It's policy engagement. Now, what we have to do is engage at the ballot box, because that's where the demands come, and then be faithful afterwards. But right now, our work is 15 million poor, low-wage voters.
Absolutely.
That's right. You know, we've been talking, Roland. We kick next week. We've got peer-to-peer people. We're going to touch 15 million infrequent poor and low-wage voters to push them on issues. Now, I can't, as a C3, tell them who to vote for, right? But I can tell them what's at stake and why they ought to be out there, and they'll make the right decision.
We've talked about this a lot. When you look at the numbers, the reality is, if you speak to their interests, these are black people. These are white people.
That's right.
These are Latinos. These are Asians and Native Americans.
That's right.
They could make the difference in an election where we know it's going to be about the margins.
That's right. And this is one thing that I wish had happened. I'm still hoping it's going to happen. One of the surprises. That, well, number one, a group of people would come out who are poor and low wealth, that are white and brown and black, around a presidential nominee to say, her policies speak to my need. And also that we frame these things in a moral framework, not just Democrat, Republican. But listen, Pennsylvania, the margin of victory last time, 40,000 or so votes, 1.3 million poor low-wage folk that could have voted didn't vote. Michigan, 20,000, 1.2 million that didn't vote. North Carolina, 74,000, 1 million that didn't vote. Everywhere we look in battleground state, poor and low-wealth people make up 40% of the electorate roll, 40%, and all you need is about 5% of that 40% to fundamentally shift. Please, to the campaign, in your messaging, in your ads, in your TV ads, radio ads, mailers, talk to these folk directly and let them know what will happen if this election happens this way.
Because what historically happens is candidates would talk about the middle class.
That's right.
The middle class, but that's not everybody.
It's not everybody. And what I like, I'm going to tell you, I want to hear tonight the Vice President mention child poverty, mention those who are not in the middle class. But what she is saying, she's saying also she wants to make a pathway.
Right.
What I'm saying to Democrats is just go ahead and say it. that I care about lifting up poor and low-wage folk because everybody's not middle class. And if the number one reason 30 million poor and low-wage voters have not voted in the last election, they said nobody talks to us.
Right.
That's what they said. I didn't say that. We did the study. And so talk to them, speak to them, let them know what's going to happen the first 50 days, first 100 days that's going to impact their lives. And this thing, Doc, technically could be a blowout if you do that.
And so one of the things we talk about, on this, we talk about reaching them. They're focused on 7 battleground states. But the reality is, what you're talking about, those 15 million, that could expand the map in terms of the Senate, in terms of House races, gubernatorial races, state houses.
It could expand it. And when we look at the numbers, we see 15 states where it would only take 11% or less of poor and low-wage voters to actually be engaged. That's all it would take, 11% or less in 15 states. So while we say 4 or 5 battleground states, actually there are 15 or more that could actually be back. Roland, we don't know really what a battleground state is because we've never fully battled.
Right. I mean, look, you're in North Carolina. Biden lost North Carolina by 2.5 points.
Yeah.
Obama won by 14,100 votes. Yeah. But part of the problem is what Democrats have not done is they have not worked the state.
That's right.
They've only focused on Raleigh,
the
Charlotte, as opposed to the Black Belt in North Carolina.
Right. 2 things they got to win in North Carolina. Number one, they got to talk to 39% of the workforce that's poor and low wealth, make less than $15 an hour.
Wow, 39%?
39%. So they got to tell them, you elect me, you're going to get $15 an hour.
And I just read a story today that the policies of Biden-Harris has dramatically helped the economy in North Carolina.
In North Carolina. And 69% of North Carolinians want to raise. So you got to say that. You got to say North Carolina's polling, 40% of North Carolina are poor and low wealth. But you win it by going east of 95. Obama in 2008, people don't know this, he won Wilson County, Wayne County, Washington County, Pasquotank County, Rocky Mount. These are all east of 95 where you have at least 40% black population. But you also have a large group of poor and low-wage white people that in certain times will join together. You got to go east and you got to go way out west. So I think the vice president has been in North Carolina 16 or 17 times. The next time she comes, she needs to go east.
Right.
In a hurry. And people are waiting for it. I met folk today, politicians here, they're calling for it. Black and white. Get down east. You win North Carolina.
But also what has happened, and I happened to run into the campaign manager, Josh Stein.
That's right.
The same thing as well. Because if you do that in North Carolina, you look what happened in Georgia. When Warnock and Ossoff for the campaign, when they worked every place but Atlanta.
That's right.
That's how they won. It was Athens. It was Jonesboro. It was Statesboro. It was Albany. It was Savannah. It was those places. You can't just focus on the big cities.
No. And the unique thing about North Carolina, and you don't really get around, I've listened to the other network. First of all, North Carolina's always been battleground because North Carolina has only elected one Republican in the last 100 and some odd years. There was McCory, and he was only one term. North Carolina was the only southern state that voted on President Carter and Obama. The numbers are there. Democrats are 2-1 in North Carolina, but you can't forget the East. That's the whole point of it. And most people don't think that. They think you come to North Carolina, you go Charlotte, Greensboro, Winston-Salem, Raleigh, and you're good. Nope. You got to go Wilmington. You got to go Greenville.
Well, but see, when they do that, they're only thinking about those media markets.
Exactly.
But the bottom line is, that's the media markets. You still got to reach the regular folk, those smaller TV stations, those smaller radio stations, and many of them black preachers have those gospel stations.
That's right.
They matter.
That's right.
And you got to spend money on those stations.
You got to spend money there. And Trump goes there. He's never done a thing, I think. He may have done one in Raleigh, but he goes to those outlying counties because he knows the power of that vote. And so I'm hoping tonight we'll hear directs when she lays out a policy, living wages, housing, ending child poverty, voting rights. Say it, point out some real people who are impacted by it of every race, creed, and color. lead this convention, go to all of these places, go into Eastern North Carolina, and turn out a massive vote.
And so we go beyond North Carolina. We can also begin to talk about, again, Florida. You got Nikki Fried there and how they're now mobilizing and organizing in Florida. But also Tennessee. You got to get those white folks in Tennessee moving and grooving as well. Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley.
Is that Ms. Pressley?
Yeah, she's over there. What's up?
There she is.
Yep.
She going to come back?
No. We'll get her, but go ahead.
But listen, in Florida, 300,000 marginal vote this last time with the marginal vote. It was way less than that before. 2.4 million poor and low-wage voters that didn't vote.
In Florida?
In Florida.
Wow.
The whole is actually over 6 million eligible poor and low-wage voters, but 2.4 million didn't vote, and the margin of victory was only about 300,000 votes. Everywhere you go, that's what we see. So let's expand this map. Let's talk to the people who are not in the middle class, but want to simply not survive, but thrive. And guess what? It's good for everybody.
We were there with you in June in the nation's capital. What are y'all launching next week specifically?
Next week, we kick off. We've been training and moving. We try 2,000 activists will be reaching toward 15 million poor and low-wage voters in 15 states, infrequent voters who have voted. When they voted, they tend to vote progressive, but they haven't voted before. We're pushing them to let their power be known and to say that their votes are demand. And we're going all the way through November with it.
But you said something most important, training. Y'all ain't just holding rallies.
Oh, no.
You're using data, and you're teaching people to get them out there.
I won't tell like you, I'm not tell everything. But I will say we've got a technical platform that's second to none. We know where all the names are. We know where the emails are. We know where the numbers are. We've been spending over 6 months getting things in order and training people that can do this and after the election can do other things. But this is not about just having a rally and saying vote. This is about peer-to-peer going directly to people and talking with them.
Absolutely. Well, Reverend Barber, always glad to have you. We're gonna always do the work.
That's right.
And informing the people, so we appreciate it.
Thank you, Roland.
So joining us right now, Amy Steele with the New North Carolina Project. Amy, we were just talking to Reverend Barber about that. And when you look at numbers, what historically happens is Democrats do well in major cities, but they lose with wide margins in rural states. Why?
So they lose with wide margins in rural areas because people are not working in those areas year-round and between elections. I think we know in North Carolina that we have to overperform in urban areas such as Charlotte, such as Raleigh, Greensboro, Wilmington. But in those rural areas, we can't ignore those. So partners like New Rural Project, they're doing a great job of mobilizing rural voters with issues that are important to them and
what are those?
Specific to them.
What are those issues?
Those issues range from immigration challenges to jobs to economic mobility to infrastructure and making sure they have access to internet. I mean, frankly, Wi-Fi and broadband are huge issues in rural areas, especially in North Carolina. And we've seen our governor work toward increasing access to broadband. We also know that closing healthcare facilities is always an issue in rural areas, and we don't want to see those healthcare facilities closed because that makes it even harder for rural residents to get access to quality healthcare.
Billions have been allocated for rural broadband. Do you believe that before it was Biden-Harris, now it's Harris-Walz, are they talking enough about that in those areas? Because it was their money that actually made it possible.
Yeah, for sure. I think we're talking about it. I don't know that we're doing enough about it. So I want to be very clear. We still have several thousand rural families who still don't have access to regular, strong broadband internet. And that's a problem, especially for our public school system students. Having been a principal myself, I can tell you that all students across our state need access. So it's definitely something that we need to continue talking about. And we need companies, communication companies, to stop helping to make decisions about what actually happens on the ground when we're trying to lay broadband and other infrastructure.
What are the issues beside broadband?
So healthcare, huge issue. We need to make sure all of our rural residents have access to healthcare, good quality healthcare, and hospitals that have quality nurses, registered nurses, LPNs, et cetera, who are working in those hospitals. We know that when healthcare facilities close, communities die, and that is not okay. They shouldn't have to drive 10, 20, 30 miles to get access to healthcare.
We also know that commercial development is a problem in rural areas.
Right.
That informs economic development, job growth, and that's a problem. So we want to make sure that we're always addressing issues for rural Americans right where they live. And I'm so glad Governor Tim Walz is on the ticket because I feel like he can help to address some of those challenges for our rural citizens.
How do folks reach your organization?
New NorthCarolinaProject.org or NNCP.org. NNCPAF.org, and then they can catch us on all social media at New NC Project.
All right, Amy, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Roland.
All right, thank you very much. All right, folks, I want to bring in now. We've had her on before. She's running for the United States Senate in Tennessee. She is one of the Tennessee 3. State Representative Gloria Johnson. Glad to see you here. I see you got your white on. Looking good.
I do.
Absolutely. First of all, what has this week been like for you in terms of how do you feel what you've seen, what you've heard?
I feel really good. I mean, energized. We've been energized in Tennessee. There's a new burst of energy with VP Harris being the top of the ticket, and I just can't tell you how much energy there is. And we were already seeing it in Tennessee, but it's gone to 11 now, and it's just so exciting. I was just talking to Reverend William Barber. We're just talking with Amy with the Rural Project in North Carolina, and what we were talking about is that what Democrats have done or failed to do is really understand states, especially southern states, outside of the major cities, and so you've been talking to those folks, people who are normally ignored. And so what are you seeing and hearing in there in Tennessee now with the communication, talking with them? Right. Yeah, that's the interesting thing because I've committed to a 95-county tour. We only have 7 counties left. So we've been going around to every county. And people were excited about Biden. And I was a little nervous because they were so on board with Biden. You know, are they going to make the switch? But they really did. When President Biden made that decision, they went right along with his wishes and instantly, supported Vice President Harris. And, I was overjoyed that Tennessee's delegation was the first in the country to say yes to Kamala Harris. That made me so proud of Tennessee to step up and be the very first ones. And I think that tells us a whole lot. And the excitement is just off the charts in Tennessee. This is, every time I see David Axelrod, he's talking about, there's euphoria, but that sort of fades out. I'm like, dude, you've been a joy killer. I'm like, because the reality is you want to build on the excitement. We are seeing all across the country, in Florida, 23,000. And be the very first ones. And I think that tells us a whole lot. And the excitement is just off the charts in Tennessee. This is, every time I see David Axelrod, he's talking about, there's euphoria, but that sort of fades out. I'm like, dude, you've been a joy killer. I'm like, because the reality is you want to build on the excitement. We are seeing all across the country, in Florida, 23,000 new volunteers. I saw something earlier that said of the 1.5 million new donors that since Vice President Kamala Harris was the top of the ticket, 70% of them never gave. Yes. I'm like, exactly. Like, you have to embrace that. Oh, Tennesseans are giving like never before. It's a record amount of money that we have raised from Tennessee. And that's what he doesn't, those consultants that have been in, they're a little jaded. Right. They've been upset, they've been hurt, they felt good and bad things happen and all of that. But those of us who are on the ground, talking to people on the ground, they are so excited. And that's why I tell people all the time, I don't care how busy you are, how whatever. Spend 30 minutes a week calling regular voters and talk to them. Right. And you will get a whole different picture of what's happening. I talk to voters. I am a grassroots person. I came up with training from the Obama campaign, and I've always been about talking to the grassroots. And it's energy and it's excitement. And those, Beltway folks can try to kill our joy, but the reality is people are excited and we're not going to take it away from them. One of the things that we also are seeing because of that school shooting in Tennessee, it woke a lot of white women up. Yes, it did. Talk about that. I had 50 Republican women at my kickoff That's any that we go to. People come in and say, I'm a lifetime Republican, but we're voting for you. And I always ask them why. Number 1 and 2, Dobbs decision and gun violence. 80% of Tennesseans, 80%, that's Republican, Independent, and Democrat. It's urban, rural, and suburban. Support gun sense legislation.
80%.
80%. That's
wow.
Straight polling.
And the first thing the Republicans did after that shooting was assist the gun manufacturer.
Yes, and expel people standing up for gun violence. Right. And those were the moves that they made. And so they are the ones who are extreme. They are the ones who are out of touch with their own voters. And that's what they're missing. But they're going to find out on November 5th how much they missed.
Well, you're running against Marsha Blackburn for the United States Senate. We'll be watching that race. Certainly good luck there in Tennessee.
Well, thank you so much.
I appreciate it. All right. Enjoy the night.
All right, we will. It's going to be great.
Indeed. You going to join me, Glenda? You just sitting over here chilling. I'm sitting there trying to get her attention, like, batters up. And I'm like, you over here, we comfortable. Get that microphone right there. I'm like, in your AKA pink, a former international president of Alpha Kappa Alpha. She, of course, former retired president, Tennessee State University, now working with the Harris-Walz campaign regarding HBCUs. Let's talk about that. Really getting the HBCU community mobilized to maximize their voting power. Biden-Harris administration financially has done more for HBCUs than any president in history. The community should be responding with their votes.
Absolutely. There's so much excitement, enthusiasm right now, but we want to make sure we harness that excitement, enthusiasm into a viable plan to get out and vote. The voter engagement, the voter registration, voter mobilization, all those are so very important. So
Absolutely. And the thing is, when you look at the numbers, perfect example, you take North Carolina A&T, how the Republicans split that particular congressional district. Something people got to understand the games are being played.
Those redistricting efforts have worked in some cases, but we believe that we can get around that with get everybody getting out to vote. We want to have the highest voter mobilization effort in history. The way we plan to attack it is to go with the students, the faculty, the staff, and the alumni for HBCUs. Once you go to the alumni, they're everywhere. They're in every state. They're in the battleground states. They're in the 3 battleground states. You know, the Blue Wall, they're in Michigan.
But it's not just the students and the alumni. There are parents who maybe did go to HBCU.
That's exactly right. We look at a number of, it's a little over 10 million the way we calculate it. We look at the HBCUs and Divine 9 and HBCUs. The sorority fraternities we look at that population of about maybe 3.5 million. Another 7.5 million from HBCU community. So
well, and then of course the communities where HBCUs are, because when that money goes to those schools, it also impacts that surrounding community.
Absolutely. And so we've been so excited because it's just catching on. This amazing. It's been amazing, this convention. And I think now that we're bringing it to a closure, we don't have any time to waste. Tomorrow morning we're having a meeting with college presidents.
Absolutely.
Because we're getting right on it, because they're already trying to interfere in some of the activities being planned by HBCUs, the other party. So we're trying to make sure that we stay on top of everything.
Right.
We get them out to vote. Registration is good. My focus is on mobilization.
Yep.
We have enough folk registered to vote now to get anybody elected. But we're so excited about this.
Well, I was in Dallas for the AKA convention. I got a feeling this United Center room will have a lot of pink and green tonight. I've already seen a lot thus far.
That's right. What she has asked us to make sure we stress is a Divine 9 effort. That she's a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha. We are proud of that. But we know, and she knows, and she's making sure she wants the world to know.
Oh, yeah.
That
it's going to be the Divine 9 effort. I'm just letting y'all know, when y'all watch the broadcast, it's going to be a lot of pink and a lot of green tonight in the United Center. You know it's like.
It's a lot of it. There's a lot of it there now.
And listen, the Deltas and Sigma Gamma Rhos and Zetas, they got their white on.
And they're all supporting.
Absolutely.
They're all supporting, and that's a great thing.
Especially after Donald Trump insulted her going to the Sigma Gamma Rho convention.
Oh, yeah. That article was just unbelievable. I read the article. I know you probably have more detail, but when I saw that, it just fires you up a little bit more.
Right.
to say it was a crazy convention. All you do is
call it a party.
Party. It was just unreal. But I didn't expect any more from him. I mean, the negativity he's spewing across the country is just unreal.
Well, look, we're looking forward to a great night tonight, and so can't wait to hear what she has to say.
I can't either. It's going to be good.
All right, Dr.
There's
Club,
a couple surprises for the night too.
I know about a couple of them. I know. I appreciate it. Thanks so much.
All right, thank you.
Right now, Summer Lee, Congresswoman out of Pittsburgh. She's. I got you. We're good. We're going to pull her in, but then we're going to step on over here. What's going on? How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How you doing?
You got your women's suffrage white
I was about to say,
on?
I see you with yours.
Well, here's the deal. And I didn't even think about it like that.
Oh, you didn't get the memo?
Well, see, I had the white and gold yesterday. Then I said, well, I'm going to go ahead and wear.
Where's the black and gold?
What? Well, I wanted to wear the custom tailored outfit from Ghana. So, but I got a black and gold one too.
I know you do. I know you do.
I want to rock this one here. Let's talk about this convention.
Yeah.
It has been significant enthusiasm, and I don't think people really understand how her being at the top has really fired folks up all across the country. What are you seeing and hearing in your district in Pennsylvania?
I mean, I would say the exact same, right? I think it was like an undeniable just, it was like a depression, right? Folks were just going through the motions, and we've been going through the motions for so long that we forgot what it felt like to just be excited, to be energized. We see that, obviously, with the energy we're seeing here. We see it in my district. We see it in districts like mine. But let's be real. We're also seeing people who want to be a part of that, who want to be included in that joy and that enthusiasm, don't feel like they can be yet. So we're dealing with both of those, and I think that we can contain both of those spaces. So that's what this is all about, is how do we spread it? How do we make sure that it doesn't extinguish before it's too late. So I think that's where we are.
I mean, I can't even tell you how many brothers have stopped me in the past 3 weeks who were like, I was on the call. I was on the call. And so you had women with black women on that Sunday, women with black men on Monday. You had the Latino women on Tuesday, the South Asian women on Wednesday. You had the white women on Thursday. You had the black gay dudes on Friday. Then you had the Caribbean folk.
Everybody.
Then you had the white dudes.
Yeah.
Then you had the Irish Americans for Harris. And what happened was all of these people realized we don't have to ask permission. We can just do it ourselves.
Yes, and that's a new moment, right? That's doing politics of the now.
That's called organization, mobilization.
But a lot of people who are over-reliant on the old methods of doing things, the old boys club. We have Kamala Harris. She's going to be the first black and South Asian woman to be the president. She is obviously on the younger side. We're passing batons. Politics, a new way of doing it, but also tapping into people who have been on the outside of the old politics. So these calls, they gave access to people who wouldn't usually even be a part of our political calculation. And all they had to do was log onto their Zoom.
That's it.
And they got the inspiration, and they got to hear from people who they wouldn't meet in real life. And now they feel like this is theirs.
Yes, I had brothers who said, I haven't felt like this since the original Million Man March. That's literally what they said.
And that's saying something, right? This is obviously, it's been so long since we've had this type of energy. But right now, the calls were great. And I think you just named all of them. I didn't even know we had that many.
Oh, but it was crazy.
But we have to make sure that those calls, and I said it on one of them, right? The calls are great. But we need to turn those calls into door knocks. We need to turn those calls into conversations at our churches, our synagogues, at the barbershop, at the bus stop, at work, because actually that's going to be the long-term work. So this is the early energy. It's going to be a long 75 days, and you know that, and we know that.
Well, actually, what I've been doing with that is telling folks it's actually shorter, because we should be focusing on voter registration deadlines. Then early voting. Then that fight on Tuesday, because we were talking yesterday, the first place where the early voting starts is in 18 days. It's in 18 days.
You taught me something on?
Rebecca Carruthers with Fair Election Center, she said yesterday, the first early voting starts in 18 days.
That's good news. That's good news, though.
Right.
The momentum is in our way. It's going in our direction. The energy is here. We have the fire. And when we talk about 18 days, those are milestones that people can last, right? It's like you're running a mile and you calculate every 400 meters, right? When we're able to do it that way, we're able to not just keep people energized, keep people engaged, but we're also able to help them to get people back in and keep people and bring new people with them. So I think that you're exactly right. Pennsylvania is one of the newer states to even having early voting. So we're still getting used to what does it look like to get black folks to engage in early voting, right? To still make sure that our college students are registered in the right place. So we have to do all those things at once.
Absolutely. Representative Summer Lee, we appreciate it. Look forward to having you back on the show. Always a pleasure.
That's good to see you.
Thanks a bunch. Good seeing you. Come on.
Come on, Raymond. Come on. How you doing?
All good. Just
what's going on? What's up?
All good. All good. I see y'all still fired up.
Oh, we
fired up. We fired up.
That's right.
That's it. We got to get this done. We got to get this done. The future is right in the balance. We don't get this done, we're going back. We can't do that.
We won't go back.
We will not go back.
We're not going to go back.
In. 100 all in.
1,000%. We're going to make it happen. We're going to get out. We're going to get out the vote. We're going to get out the vote in the swing states, and we're going to make it happen.
All right, then. We appreciate it. Leah Daughtry, you have had one hell of a week.
What's up?
Leah, you've had one hell of a week. Just how do you feel about what you heard tonight?
It was fantastic. I'm excited about the direction that our nominee has taken us. Hey, Lynn.
Come on, Lynn.
Come on, Sarah.
Stand right here. Both of y'all in y'all peak.
Yeah. It was just exciting to hear the direction that she's planning to take our country. It's full of hope, full of joy, forward-looking. It's a new day.
I said this to several other people as well. On this day, 60 years ago, Fannie Lou Hamer put her purse on that table and told her story. President LBJ could not stand that. She was taking too much attention. I had the cameras interrupt. But 60 years later, a black woman accepted the nomination.
And I'm going to add to that. When she went before the Credentials Committee, her challenge was denied. 60 years later, the chair of the Credentials Committee is a black woman, Marsha Fudge. So we've just come full circle. The convention run by a black woman, and we've nominated a black one. So Ms. Hamer would be very proud.
I'm so proud. I'm so excited. She is going to be a great executor and chief executive. She said that she will make sure that there are lethal weapons, that our country will never not have them. She'll take care of us. I felt something maternal, and I felt such executive power and administrative power. She's ready, and we're ready for her.
Now it's time to get to work.
Let's go.
Oh, no. It's time to get to work tomorrow.
Rallies are not votes. We got work to do.
There you
That's
go.
it.
I appreciate it. Behind y'all, Representative Justin Pearson of one of the Tennessee 3 out of Memphis.
Okay, Bison.
I told y'all this was the blackest show. I told y'all this was the blackest, realest show at the convention.
No, not that. I can't block the camera.
Justice introducing Lynn Whitfield to his whole family. Nicole Hannah Jones. Nicole Hannah Jones.
Oh my God!
Nicole, real quick, your thoughts on the speech. Or just your thoughts on the whole night.
It's a historic night. So I was just glad to be here to report and witness on a historic night. That's all I got to say.
That's cool.
All right.
All right. I appreciate it.
I'm coming, Roland.
I know. We gonna wait till Justin. We gonna wait till Justin have his fanboy moment. I mean, he gonna have his fanboy moment. He literally, he got the whole family. The whole family. I'm live. I'm live. I'm live. All right, Justin. You having a fanboy moment?
God bless black women! Man, that was crazy! I was not expecting that.
Thought I didn't have no voice left after VP Harris.
But see, that's what happens when you come to the Black Star Network.
Yes, indeed. Look at you. I got the blackest star out here with the biggest network. Man, that was awesome.
Your thoughts on what you heard tonight?
I'm excited. I'm excited about the...
No, really?
I am. I really am. I really am. Look, I really do think we got different visions for the country. And it is so good to hear somebody that's not talking about hate, not talking about oppression, not talking about separation, not talking about degradation, but talking about building a country that's big enough for everybody, building an economy that's big enough for everybody, that helps working class people, dealing with the housing crisis. My fiance Oceanae, y'all know she's from Los Angeles. The housing crisis is so real. Dealing with the issues of environmental and climate injustice that disproportionately hurts black communities. We need a leader for this time that meets the moral vision that we have for this country. And VP Harris and the team that she's going to assemble is going to meet that vision. So we fired up.
Come on.
How you feeling?
Time for a black woman to become president.
Yeah!
Tell us about how we're going to get Gen Z voters to the poll. How are we going to take that TikTok energy, that Instagram energy, and turn it to action at the poll?
Absolutely. I mean, TikTok, Instagram are sources of communication, but they're also places where people are gathering in similar ways that a lot of us go to churches, go to community centers, go to the gyms, right? TikTok and social media, the barbershop, it's a place for social gathering. And we have to use that and utilize it as a way to share information about vote.org, right? As a way for you to check your registration, to get registered, and to know where to go to the polls. And then we as a community can't forget the things that we know work, knocking on doors and making phone calls.
Come on. We appreciate you.
Felicia Rashad went by, so I had to go pay respect. No. See, she's a Jack Yates High School graduate, so I had to do that. Joining us right now, Cora Berry, activist, very much involved. Of course, widow of Marion Berry. Cora, sisters like you have been putting in a lot of work for tonight to actually happen.
Yeah, you know, I think about my grandmother, who was the first person who ever went to college. My mother ran for president 4 times and lived long enough to vote for the very first black president, and now this. And it's a lot of work that goes in on this. You know the backstory. And so this is gratifying, and you know how we are. We're just starting.
But the thing that, and we've been talking about it all week, if it wasn't for the Congressional Black Caucus, if it wasn't for black women, if it wasn't for brothers as well who were like, oh, y'all keep skipping over her name, y'all about to have some hell rain down on y'all if you go to this convention in Chicago and her name ain't at the top of that ticket. They were trying that. But black folks said, play around, F around and find out.
Now, you know about the black woman mafia. You know, we always on the case.
I know that. Getting over.
Why you want to take all my stuff?
Because you're wearing orange. That's the Knicks color, baby.
Oh, my, here he go.
No. This is red, honey. This is Delta.
How you doing, sir?
No.
Tanya.
Come on, Tanya.
Get in here.
Spike Lee just busting up stuff. He didn't care. Of course, Spike.
You're all white, man. You're very white clean.
I'm going to go catch up with Felicia.
All right, darling.
It's a great night. Love you.
You know,
Spike, Tanya, how y'all feeling?
You know, some happy Negroes.
Happy Democrats right now.
You know she's going to clean it up a little bit.
When they had the roll call, you were standing right out front, and we showed you, and you were jubilant. But again, for both of you, to sit in that arena, to hear that on a historic night, 60 years after Fannie Lou Hamer testified.
Historic. Not historic. Historic. Come on now.
It's just, I have to say, I'm overwhelmed. I'm excited, I'm fired up, and I feel like it's going to be all right as long as we all get out there and make sure everybody votes.
Can't give an okie doke.
We are very lucky.
No Rudy Poo.
We are very lucky to have her in that position.
You know what? No shenanigans.
Can't be bamboozled.
No skullduggery.
Let her straight.
No subterfuge.
Run them up.
Love you, man.
Love you, baby. I appreciate it.
Right.
Good seeing y'all. I appreciate it.
Sorry to Bogart here.
It's all good. It's all good. That's what this is, the blackest show here. That's what he said. Virginia Speaker of the House, Don Scott, just your thoughts about tonight. Hold it. I need some water. Hold it.
I can tell you right now, man, Donald Trump don't want no part of that. What we just saw tonight,
You ain't get it though.
He don't want no part of it.
Too late.
It is so fun now.
Yeah.
We don't have to manage expectations anymore. We don't have to say we got to make sure he does that and do that. You know, we can just let it go. We're excited. We know that she's going to handle him. We know that she can bring it to him. I know his people are shaking in their boots right now, trying to figure out what the heck they're going to do with her because she is so sharp. She's on her game. She was made for this moment. Her whole life has been built around service and being able to come and deal with a time like this. I love Kamala for the people. Kamala for the people. Come on in, and when he comes to see her, she's going to show up for the people because she's right. He's been a predatory person. Everything that he's done, from discriminating against black people to May 1st, 1989, putting that article out, trying to sentence those kids to death, and then coming back later on and assaulting that woman. The jury said it, not me. The civil, they found him guilty of sexual assault, and then a regular everyday citizens finding him guilty. 12 everyday people, 34 times. 34 times 12, that's 480 times. I can't get my wife to agree with me 480 times for nothing. Come on, man. 12 ordinary people. So here he is now. He got to go see her. And then where I am in a state like Virginia, we got over 750,000 veterans. He just disparaged the Congressional Medal of Freedom, Congressional Medal of Honor. I'm a veteran, former naval officer. You a vet. Thank you for your service. And this man comes in and says that the Presidential Medal of Freedom, when somebody wrote him a check, is more valuable than a Congressional Medal of Honor where somebody put their life and limb on the line. We're going to get him. Kamala got him right now. I'm good. We can just stand back. But we got to go out and do the work and get her back. But we ready. We ready. Herman Hospital, baby. Powell McCraw, Texas A&M. We know what's up. A5 Powell McCraw, Texas A&M, baby.
Good to see you, Frat.
Jack Gates in the house, Sterling.
That's it. Yes, all right. You're all right. All right, Frat. Good to see you, baby. Joining us right now, folks. Joining us right now is we got a couple of people. We got Kara Mosley Braun right here. We got Sheila E right here. Just both of y'all, what did y'all think about tonight?
It's fabulous. I was really very impressed and delighted. She talked a lot more about issues than I expected. I mean, I kind of thought she was going to gloss over.
Wow.
She didn't. She went in detail, and it was pretty amazing. It was really wonderful.
It was amazing to hear her speak intelligently, common sense, what they want to do for the country. And it's just bringing people together. It was amazing, bringing hope and peace and joy. And I cried. It was just beautiful.
You and John Legend had a little fun last night.
Well, we can't talk about that. Anyway.
One of the things that I've been remarking to people, and we actually played it earlier, it was 60 years ago on this day when Fannie Lou Hamer testified in Atlantic City.
Really?
On this day.
Pretty amazing.
Where she was denied a credential, and Leah Daughtry was just on, and she said, and here we are 60 years later, and a black woman was head of the Credentials Committee, Marcia Fudge.
Right, and not only that, but we're going to have a black woman president. We're going to say Madam President by December.
Amen. I agree. It's done, but we got to go do the work. Go register to vote. Don't take it for granted. You got to go register to vote. Right. Absolutely. Love y'all. I'll see you.
Right now, Cheryl Lee Ralph. How you doing? State Senator Vincent Hughes of Pennsylvania. As she would always say, she married her politics.
Bless you.
First of all, I'll start with you. To sit in that room and watch a sister accept the nomination, I know you got to feel good.
First of all, I feel so excellent because I remember January of 2019 when hardly anybody believed that she was going to even win for president. Okay, maybe she didn't. She became the nominee for vice presidency, and that was excellent. But I always knew she could be exactly where she is right now, and we're headed towards the presidency. And that was one of the best speeches ever made. I'm just saying.
You're from the state of Pennsylvania. Your state is going to be crucial in this election.
Well, Pennsylvania, all roads lead to the White House, lead through Pennsylvania. I think I have to say, Roland, and you can't be in Chicago and not connect this to Reverend Jackson in 84 and 88 and the growth from that moment to this moment that we're in right now. We always make sure we need to look at this in context. Pennsylvania is fired up. It's ready to go. The number of officers all across the state of Pennsylvania are huge. The growth in volunteers are huge. Brothers are coming out, okay? All right, they're getting their sense about themselves. It's coming together. This is all coming together nicely. But it's up to us.
We got to start tonight. I'm be calling
I said this on the men's call. It's up to us to do the work that has to be done. Everybody, take your hill. Wherever you at, take your hill. That's it, baby.
I appreciate it.
Opal Lee is here.
Cook County State's Attorney Kim Fox, just want to get your thoughts about tonight.
That was amazing. It was everything that I knew that this country needed, didn't know that the country was ready for. But she is well prepared for the moment, and I think she made, as a prosecutor, a compelling closing argument for why she should be the next president of the United States.
Kim, we appreciate it. Certainly got to get your thoughts on being in the room to watch what happened tonight.
Well, I was awed. I enjoyed it a lot, and I don't know a whole lot about what's going on, but I'm learning, okay? And so, after the speeches with all the different people, and then Kamala Harris tore the place apart. Those people were off the chain. I have never seen that much enthusiasm in my whole put together. And she's going to be the next president. There's no doubt about it. Because I'm going to help her.
All right. Good to see you. Donna Brazil, really? Are you you're really crouching back here, getting on camera?
Last couple of nights, Brother Martin, you have asked me why was I taking signs. Well, I'm taking signs for those who were not here, but this is a moment that I want them to understand that we have worked so hard, we have come so far. And thank you, Ms. Opal, and thank you so many for giving us this opportunity to share in this journey. So I had to come and say, brother, I'm not taking any more signs. Every night, Roland spots me out taking signs, and I'm
wait a minute. And she was like, "How's she getting all them signs home?" I said, "It's got UPS."
No, I actually bought an extra suitcase, and it's called Freedom, and I got all of them. Harry don't have to run no more. Sojourner don't have to stand no more. We got it. Thank you all.
We appreciate it. Thanks so much, darling. Good to see you. Bernice King.
Around here.
Oh, hell yeah. This is the blackest show here.
Blackest show in America.
Right. This is the black carpet. We just snatch them as they roll by.
The best blackest show.
Absolutely. Your thoughts on what you just saw tonight?
Hey, you know, I always invoke my mom because I think about that powerful quote she had, the woman of the soul, the nation is to be saved. I believe you must become its soul. And I'm thinking about how they started with Biden saying we're here to save. Hey, Sarah. Hey, Sarah. That we're here to save the soul of America. And now look what's happened. A woman is now positioned to take that real leadership. And I'm enthusiastic, but I'm cautiously optimistic, as most of us are.
Before you came up, I was telling Rebecca, when you see these sisters here who are 70, 80, and 90, it's a different thing for them to still be alive to see this.
Yeah, it's definitely different. You know, the suffering and the sacrifice of women. Let's not forget that the movement that my father led was because of women, the Women's Political Council, as you know.
Well, a lot of people forget it was those sisters in Montgomery. It was the women's group in Montgomery.
Women kept it all together, right. Period, throughout the whole thing. They just never got the credit. And so now this.
Well, Joanne Robinson, 8 days after Brown was voted education, wrote a letter saying, integrate the buses.
Exactly. So that's how it got started. Now it's our time. That's just a reality. And I think there's a turnaround coming. It's going to be work. Absolutely. But I think the opportunity, the doors, even for dealing with sexism and racism combined, we're going to see some changes.
Absolutely.
But we have to be vigilant. Yep. And what my father said, I'm telling everybody, I'm trying to disprove him. He said, one of the tragedies still of human history is that the children of darkness are often more zealous and determined than the children of light. And I'm saying, let's turn that around. Let's take this zeal and enthusiasm tonight and turn it around into determination, even past the election, because we have to hold them accountable. Her and Coach Walls,
Yep.
we got to hold them accountable. So thank you.
I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Thank you. We have to keep in mind, 6 weeks ago, no one expected this. June 27th, there was a debate. And after that, Democrats tarred and feathered President Joe Biden for almost 23 days. And it was a Sunday when he made the decision himself that he was not going to seek re-election. And she was primed in position to actually make the phone calls and lock the nomination down, knock out all the different people who they said were her potential rivals. But you got to remember, there were people in this party, elites in this party, people who were sitting in that audience, clapping and celebrating and having signs, who did not want Vice President Kamala Harris to be standing here on this day. Let's make no mistakes. Over the last 3 years, these people trashed this woman in media. They used anonymous quotes against her in media. They targeted her in media. They went to President Joe Biden and told him he needed to drop her from this ticket. And he told them, hell no. And then they put the pressure by saying we should have an open convention. I remember all the calls for a mini primary. Let's have a sprint, a series of debates with all the candidates before the convention and make the decision. On that Sunday, one of the first folks she called was President Bill Clinton. And then she called Secretary Hillary Clinton. And they immediately endorsed her. President Barack Obama did not. He called for an open convention. He was late to the party. Nancy Pelosi was late to the party. But all of these people who trashed this woman, who said she wasn't qualified, who said that she was an embarrassment to the ticket, they were all shocked when she locked this thing down in 48 hours. And over the past 6 weeks, what you have seen is a flawless campaign. The selection of her vice president, running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. For 6 weeks, how they've raised more than $600 million. How more than 50,000 people have volunteered in various states across this country. What it says is, when your enemies underestimate you, you show them who you are. And that's exactly what she did. While here, my one thing that stood out the most was on Tuesday night. While the Obamas were here speaking, she was in Milwaukee, packed out an arena in Milwaukee. How do you pack out an arena 80 miles away and you leave an arena 20,000 people on the same night? That shows you what we're seeing in this across this country with the enthusiasm. And let's be perfectly clear. There are people who still do not believe in her. There are men who do not believe in her. There are women who do not believe in her. But there are more of us, if we do the work, who can actually make her president. And if we do the work in Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and Nevada, and Arizona, and Georgia, and North Carolina, and extend Wisconsin, and extend that to Florida and Texas, we can stop these MAGA nuts. We can stop these Republicans. In Texas, the DA in Tarrant County is still pursuing Crystal Mason. Almost 7 years after she voted, they're trying to make an example out of that black woman. So we must understand that evil is in front of us. And if we are going to stop evil, it is going to require people of conscience to stand up and use their power. And so if it means you sitting your friends down and saying, we're not going to hoop today, or we're not going to sit here and play music today, or we're not going to sit here and just have brunch and drinks today and talk about why it's important for us to support her, that's what we have to do. We also have to understand that everybody has a role. You don't have to be most knowledgeable about stuff. Yesterday, we had a brother 12 years old who was going around this convention giving racist Charlie Kirk and Mike Lindell others hell. Now, if a 12-year-old black boy from Atlanta could be breaking down public policy, I know some of y'all grown-ass people watching and listening could be doing the exact same thing. And so now is not the time for any excuses. Now is not the time to say I can't. Now not the time to say, well, I've gone through some stuff. Now it's not the time to say, well, you know what, the couch is an option. Because I'm going to tell y'all what I said in 2008 when it came to Obama. And this is real simple. If you don't vote, shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear complaints about roads and bridges, and I don't want to hear y'all yelling tangibles, because the reality is you can't get something before they win. You can only get it if they win. And let's be clear. If she wins, then our job is to also demand a return on our investment, which is what our job is.